Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Left Undone Incomplete Investigations. I'm Kathy. Good to see you all. So here we are, and here we wait. Welcome to everybody. If you're new here, please stay low in the chat. We are on jury verdict watch today. So let's see who's here. APLM and Allison Sanderfan. Welcome. Let me look back. Hey, Lori Day. How's Nashville? How's the weather? Claire Fisher and Left Undone Helper, Amanda Franks. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we don't know how long this is going to take. Me and I already made up my mind brain thinks it should be like now, but I'm not one of those jurors, so I will be patient. Hey, Christian. So anyway, I did listen to Lindsay Blake's closing argument yesterday. I started to listen to prior. I heard part of it and then I fell asleep listening to it, which I woke up with a headache. Anyway, then I turned on white noise. Well, it pretty much was white noise, but it wasn't relaxing white noise. So I heard part of his, which didn't really impress me much at all. I don't know how you guys felt about Pryor's, if he made any sense. He made a big deal out of saying that there's no proof that Chad, you can talk about things all you want, but there's no proof that he had anything. You have to leave it, Allison. Oh, you can put me on mute. No problem. Oh, the court recess thing just changed. I'm going to throw it up here so that we have it in case all of a sudden something crazy starts happening. It did just change from picture of the courthouse into this. So we will make that full screen and we will keep going because I don't have the camera on anyway. Anyway, so I'm just curious what you guys thought of Pryor. I didn't have a chance to go back and look at all the comments from you yesterday, although I did give myself the view by listening to the closing arguments on my replay. Yeah, I don't know. Are they going to come in and say something? What time? Okay, what time was the jury supposed to be back deliberating at their hotel this morning? I'd imagine at least 8, right? Like an hour ago. Dude, if I was sequestered, I'd be like, let's get this freaking show on the road. I got stuff to do. I got a family. I got work. I got this. I got that. Thursday maybe, but they've been 2 months. They've been devoted to this. Okay, so they started at 8. Thank you, Christian. And so they're at a hotel deliberating, right? Or are they at the courthouse deliberating? Somebody said something about a hotel. They went to the hotel and started deliberating at the hotel. Yeah, hi, BC girls. Yes, you're welcome. Hey, Jenny. So I don't know what hotel they're staying at. There's quite a few hotels right there. They're deliberating in the courthouse. Okay, they hit the ground running too. Okay, so they went to their hotel, then they came and got checked in, then they came back to the courthouse to start deliberating last night, then they left again. Is that what happened? I guess that makes most sense. They're not going to deliberate at the hotel. People can overhear them maybe or something if they're in a little conference room. Who knows? I don't know. Hey, everybody. Diane Hannah. Hello, hello. So it's like a TikTok day. What are we doing? What are we waiting for? Let's hope there's nobody on the jury that wants to. I'm just over it, but I don't matter, but I kind of over it. I just want them to come back with their verdict. What do you guys think about how Chad's reaction was yesterday during Lindsay Blake's closing arguments? I'm super curious I did look at him a couple times. He just kind of sat there. I kind of thought it was funny when she was bringing up the James and Elena thing. It's so blatantly obvious that he wanted to get rid of Tammy. John Pryor's kind of ignoring that part, right? A little bit in his closing. I mean, clearly she laid out all the inconsistencies between Garth, Emma, and Chad and the people that they talked to. Even somebody went through the receiving line twice at her funeral, and he gave a different story twice right in front of them. The dude is not very bright. He's manipulative as heck. He can manipulate weak-minded people. Clearly, Lori is not a strong-minded person. She's a BI sometimes, but she's not strong-minded. Clearly, she can be her brain can be molded into what Chad wanted it to be. Oh, is John Pryor moving away from Chad? He kept rubbing his forehead, I kept seeing yesterday. Did he look like he was gonna, like, lose it yesterday? Does John Pryor need a vacation? Does he need to lay on the beach in Maui or something real quick? He worries me. I'd be afraid to be his flight attendant on the way over. Like, freaking guy's gonna go down. How unhealthy Tammy is. I'm like, dude, you need to go get your blood pressure checked. I hope you're on blood pressure medicine. Let's see. It was bizarre how Chad actually made a few faces. Chad's movie addiction came out when he saw his text on the big screen. Maybe suddenly a few facial expressions weird. That's funny. We got that right over here at Left Undone. We definitely got that right with the movie addiction. What movie are you trying to be like today, Chad? Let's see. What movies are the heroes on trial that are no longer heroes? They've been found out. Cloud, you think Chad finally realized he was going down, should have taken the plea? Be curious. We're not in the courtroom anymore, but I would have loved just seen the jurors' faces yesterday during closing arguments. You think so? I think Chad believes the rapture will happen just as his verdict is being read out loud. LOL. Yeah, I think Lori might think the rapture's happening. I think for Chad, it was all made up BS, and he isn't any kind of visionary, and he was just trying to get women and money and rid of Tammy so he could have freaking Lori or whatever. I think initially he just wanted to be popular with his books. He wanted people to believe his visions because he wanted to make money off of his stupid books. And then I think when he found out people were actually buying into his stupid books, like Lori and Melanie Gibb and all the people that thought he was the cat's meow or whatever you want to call him, then I think he just let it go. And he was like, wow, these people actually, they are going to love my books. They are going to tell the whole world how amazing I am and then he just went full on into Chad fantasy movie land in his head and became the star of those books and literally murdered people over it. That's just my opinion. When JJ scratching his face was mentioned, oh, the disgust mouth was very obvious, chilling. Oh, yeah, especially when the women started crowding around him too. Hey, the chicks dig this. Exactly. I really think it started out like where I'm going to make, like, oh, Visions of Glory is making so much money off of this near death stuff. Okay, let me get I got my Julie Rowe. Like, she has visions. We can make so much money off of her. Oh, wait, we can make money off of me. Oh, I can be a visionary. Let me do this. And so on and so forth. And then he's talking and people are, hey, in the audience, like, he's so wonderful. And oh my God. And he's like, oh my gosh. And he's signing books at a table. And there comes Lori. And she's like, you're amazing. Oh my gosh. And then James and Elena hit it off right then and there. And it's all history after that. It became a big whole cluster of getting rid of anything in their way. And Chad thought he was literally going to convince her, which he did, that she is the queen of the 144,000. That's just my opinion. Mhm. Yeah. I heard that statistically, it's highly likely he will be convicted. I believe that. You know how many trials we've watched that people appear very almost obviously, maybe a few little things that you wonder about, guilty, and then how many trials can we really go, oh my gosh, I can't believe they got away with that? Just a handful, right? Um, I'm thinking which ones, but yeah. But yeah, he's not sexy at all. Dude, he's not even the closest thing to sexy that you like. Oh my god, I sometimes my brain like, thinks about Lori trying to teach him a few things, and it just like, yeah, yeah. His favorite positions. Didn't Lindsay Lake bring that up? His favorite positions or some crap like that. Two favorite positions. I don't know. I don't even want to go. Let me get my head out of this scenario. Maybe Chad is a prophet after all. He said he'd meet a blonde woman who would change his life. Mission accomplished. She changed his life, all right. With a little help from himself. Yeah, I know. Gross, right? 5 people are dead because of Chad. Because Chad got his first home. Right? So weird. Yeah, so as we chatted about in Discord, if Chad didn't want vanilla, he sure didn't get vanilla with Lori Vallow. You know it. Lori changed his look, his walk, his hair. But remember that day when Nate found them in Kauai and was chasing them like along with the microphone? Lori was like, she had a grip on Chad and she was controlling that walk. She was pulling him this way and that way with their hand was like clutched and she was like pulling him. That's great. And then when he said, your mother, Kay Woodcock, I bet you about wanted to puke, which I thought was funny because he's kind of messed that up. That was early on. Yeah, I love the way you are. Now work out, cut your hair, throw in some highlights, get some new clothes, stand up straight, tuck that belly in. Let's buy you some cute board shorts, Chad. We're in Hawaii. We got nice ones here. Oh, they're throwing her under the bus big time, right? Didn't Pryor throw her under the bus yesterday? And I think I think Chad's maybe he's hoping if he throws her under the bus, he can get out of this because he's got his kids on his side thinking that she's the cause too. So I don't know. Um, and he wanted to change for Lori. Remember that I'm looking forward to getting an all over body tan and the Lily fitness plan text. Yes. What, 2 to 3 days after Tammy died? Ugh, so fed up with him. That's right. Yeah. All over. We're gonna get to Hawaii and you're gonna look so much better tan. And we're gonna buy you some new board shorts. Let me fix your hair. This needs to go sideways, Chad. You need to have a part on the side and a little bit of hairspray to make it go up. I don't know. I can just hear her fixing him with her little scissors in her hand. Um, yeah, John Pryor trying to make Chad the victim. Poor Chatty Daddy. Lori, the seductress, got to him. That's because he wanted everybody to be convinced that he was something special. So he started it with that nonsense. That is nonsense for sure. Oh, it's funny. I'm getting my flight info that I'm not going on today because I was supposed to leave here in a couple hours to fly to Nashville, but the flight's delayed. I wonder if I would have even made the connection. That would suck. Anyway, that's over and done with. Not going. I haven't heard back from CrimeCon yet, and they're supposed to give me a voucher good for the next 5 years to go to CrimeCon. I sure hope I don't lose that money. Oh gosh. I'm sure they visited the med spa and got some Botox fillers and fat dissolvers, probably, would not be surprised. Yeah, we're having this Dalton Moon airplane people. Exactly. Thanks for giving me the updates on the flight I'm not going on. I think so too. They're probably just busy. I'm sure a lot of people at the last minute can't go or something and are emailing them about it because you just have to email them and say, I'm not going to be able to make it. And they do say they'll give you a voucher that you can use for the next 5 years. Or I could transfer it to somebody else if somebody wants to buy it from me, but I don't know anybody that doesn't have it that's going. So it's all good. I'm tired anyway, and I don't have my mom last night. Like I made the right decision because I was gonna leave the dogs and let her stay here alone, and then my sister was gonna check in on her on Friday, but not be able to stay. And then it was still would have been till Sunday till I got back. And then last night I was let the dogs out in the backyard, and she's like in the slider window. I came out the other back door, and she's in the sliding window, knocking on the window at me, and I'm like, "What?" She couldn't open it, and then she opens it. She's like, "Who's out here knocking?" Like, nobody. She's like, "Well, I heard knocking." I'm like, "I'm letting the dogs out." And she said, "I just don't like to be scared." So I don't think leaving her alone, no matter what I just don't think it's a good idea. So I'm gonna have to really figure out what's gonna happen for my next trip in literally less than 4 weeks. I'm going to Greece. So my oldest son was supposed to be here, but he seemed to have disappeared off the face of the earth. So I don't know. I got to figure something out real quick. I wish, I may just have to tell her too bad, so sad because she doesn't want any strangers in the house. But ideally, if I just got a dog sitter slash house sitter that knew she was here, she's pretty independent, that just stayed here, that would be the ideal situation. So she may just have to live with that. I don't want any strangers in the house. Well, you can't stay alone. Yes, I can. No, you can't, clearly. And the dogs need to be fed. The cat needs to be fed. The gardener comes and goes. The pool guy, there may need to be something talked to about during the time I'm gone, to do with whatever, sprinkler broke, whatever. So I don't know. CrimeCon should be fun. I wanted to go the last like 3 years and I haven't been able to go. So I was really excited. I literally I think I booked my stuff almost a year in advance for CrimeCon. And then here we are. Womp womp. Oh, come on, TikTok. Let's go. I wish they would come on and just give like, okay. But I guess there's nothing they could update us on. The jury's deliberating. The jury wants lunch. The jury wants breakfast. The jury taking a break. The jury, like, just what's happening? I know, right? Well, muggy hot drives me crazy. I live in the heat, but it's not muggy hot. And muggy hot just makes me, ugh, I hate that feeling. I'm kind of hoping they come back this way, like maybe Las Vegas or something. They should be announcing at CrimeCon where their next one's going to be. But they do it really weird. Like this time they're doing it in May, and then they do it in September, and then they do it in May. They bounce it around. It's never, like certain things are consistent every year on the same weekend, but CrimeCon seems to move it around to whatever works for them or wherever I guess they can get a spot. I don't know. Like Coachella is always at the same weekend every year. CrimeCon has its own mind. Well, that would be cool. I like Vancouver. And it's on this side of the country, my country. Um, anyway, I don't know how long this day is gonna be with them. I wanna know what they're doing. Anybody got, like, go peek into this hotel, find out what's going on? Good morning, Stacy. How are you? Oh, you are, Trisha? You're leaving Nashville right now, but couldn't take my semi truck to the convention center anyway. How do you drive those things? Oh my gosh. I don't think I could ever drive a semi truck. I don't know how you guys drive those things. That's amazing. They're huge. How, how do you make sure you stay in your lane? I always feel even like my car, I'm not like, but then when you see somebody in front of you, how big the lane really is, you're like, well, you're fine. Right. So those are some big vehicles. Oh, here we go with the dog. You're just dandy. Good. I think that's good. Is that sarcasm? You got a little You pulled doubles in hazmat? Oh, like double trailers in hazmat? You are a brave woman. They have been Mary Halo. They have been deliberating at the courthouse this morning since 8 a.m. Okay. So it is 9:20. How long did Lori's people take? I think didn't we have a verdict the next day by about 11 or 1? They had a verdict by 11 and they were going to meet there by 1, I think. Five days and then home. That's cool. I bet you can listen to stuff like podcasts and stuff. That's what I like when I'm in my car. Podcast listening. It makes the drives go by so much faster. All right. 7 hours, 7 hours. I think honestly, I don't know. Do you think that they have more against Chad than they do against Lori? How do you guys feel about that? Do you think Lori, she was the mother of those children, right? But she was only conspiracy with Tammy. She wasn't in town. She was gone. Chad was literally in the house. The kids were in his backyard. You don't think they'll have one until tomorrow? They'll sleep on it tonight? I hope you're wrong. I mean, we want them to do it right, but me and my impatience hope you're wrong. Patient. Much more against Chad, Mary. I don't know. TikTok, TikTok. Come on, Judge Boyce. Somebody tell us him. Lori had ridiculously bad lawyers. That's true too. At least Pryor gave the jurors something to discuss. That's true too. Lori didn't want her lawyers to throw Chad under the bus. She didn't want anything. She just thought nobody was murdered. The instructions are complicated. It may take a few hours. I think what they should do is they should go in there and they should all take like initial, like write it on a piece of paper, vote, and put each count. How about on the financial one? Put it in a piece of paper, put it in a hat, put the other one in a hat, put the other one in a hat. Then somebody pull them out and see if anybody has any kind of a different not guilty. And then they focus on whatever that one is. And they discuss it. And then they go on the next one. So say, okay, for sure, we want to say he killed Tammy, but we're not sure he killed the kids. Like 3 people aren't positive about that. Like, okay, you got everybody said guilty on that one. So there we go. We got that. Or there's people, I don't know. That's just my guess on how I would do it if I was there running the show and I'm not. So when I was in a jury, it wasn't a murder trial, but we all went around the first time and said what our initial feeling is on the count. And everybody but one person said guilty right off the bat. And then that person wanted to discuss it because they thought they had some reason. They didn't have, I don't know, they didn't have reasonable doubt or something, but then they said they did. So then that was the end of it. We were done. I think we deliberated. It wasn't a murder trial for like 30 minutes at the most. And never saw lawyers looking more nervous. They like when they presented the case and everything, they were confident and had good presentation and everything. And then when we came back with the verdict, man, they looked nervous. Like the defending, she was a public defender. She was like shaking her legs. She had her hands on her forehead, looking down. Like, and the other guy was like, just like, ooh, they looked so nervous at that point. They were younger lawyers. It wasn't a complicated case. But we found him not guilty. I'm guessing they do that first thing. At least they do it on TV. Has any of the jurors from Lori's case said if they did that or not? Now that'd be a good question to ask them how they went around when they first got in their deliberations, like did they all talk to each other first? What did they say? Did they take a tentative vote right off the bat? Give me 1 second. I gotta close my door. All right, I just had a wild idea. I had to send a update to my siblings to say I'm not canceling my trip to Greece, so you guys need to freaking figure it out. I'm annoyed with everybody right now about all my sister's like, "Yeah, oh my gosh, you get to do so much stuff." I'm like, "Not without stress of getting my kids or somebody to watch her. She's your mother too." Super annoying right now. They don't pay prosecution enough. I wonder how much they make. Anybody know? Seems like a lot of work. If I were Melanie and David, I'd be filing a defamation case against JP. Yeah, he really tried to throw them under the bus. I'm just disgusted, and I always will be at how many people got away with being part of this. So many people should be in jail now. Yeah, I agree. What? They only make $65 an hour? The prosecutors? For real? Wow. That's it? That's not what I would expect. Well, I'm glad I picked nursing because I make more than that. I always thought I wanted to be a lawyer, but heck, maybe I did make the right choice. That's crazy. I would like to blame Chandler law enforcement, then I realize how many calls they get like that. Wow, Rosebud, I'm amazed. That's not a lot of money. I mean, it's decent, but for what they're doing, like a freaking 4-year criminal murder trial, triple murder, that's just crazy, plus all the other stuff. Yeah, they put in a lot of hours, but they also have to balance their lives. Probably gets 350 an hour. From who? Is Emma delivering DoorDash so she can help pay for her daddy's costs? Can you imagine? Chad, Emma, Mark, Garth, Leah, Seth, every day when you're off, and Joseph, because you love me so much because you stuck up for me, you need to go deliver DoorDash during all your waking hours and give my attorney here $350 an hour. Thank you very much. I wouldn't be surprised if Chad manipulated his kids into helping put the bill here. Right. Melanie. So the Melanie Pudlowski is the one more than anybody that because her kids were going to be murdered and she knows that. She knew that. Breezy and Blakey or whatever B kids that she had that were going to be murdered. Baloney. She knew it. Probably got paid with an ugly house. I'm glad we got to see the videos of Lori convincing law enforcement that Charles was just a malicious spouse. She was good at duping people. Yep. A coffee date? That is not cool at all. We'll be here. We'll be here somehow, some way. If we take breaks, I'm going to keep the stream running until they tell us to go away. I'm having a coffee date with you right now. You're welcome. See you soon, BC girls. We'll be here. We will be here. Melanie G. Okay, let's see. Melanie G is a horrid person. People applaud her because she taped that phone call when she was just covering her own arse. She knew about Charles and said nothing. She didn't even like JJ and Tylee. That is true. She did cover her own butt with that one. Um, it was smart of her to cover her own butt, but she knew what was happening with Charles for sure. For sure. Oh, TikTok. Okay, nothing's happening yet. We just got this stream. Court is in recess. Jurors are deliberating. We are waiting. Wave to Crime Con for me there, Trisha. I'm thankful for the phone call, but it does not make her part any less Zuzu. I can't stand her either. But I was happy she threw everyone under the bus, like the email group they all lied in. Yep. Court, yep. Supposedly the media has just been let in the courtroom, but there is no verdict yet. They're now sitting in the courtroom. That's what we did. We sat in there all the time that morning waiting for a verdict. I mean, we just sat there for several hours. So they do let you do that. I wonder when it's all over if more will have things to come out with. Kathy, go after Zalema and get the scoop. Dina, what is what? What is what, Dina? What is this? This is a live stream waiting for the verdict of Chad Daybell. Oh, yes, we are on verdict watch for the Chad Daybell trial. The jury is deliberating as we speak for the Chad Daybell triple murder trial. Hopefully they will have a verdict today. We've been following this case for 4 years on this channel. So we're just kind of chit-chatting and waiting so that we can be on here when they come live to give their verdict. So welcome. Welcome to our friendly group of people. Nice to have you. We can be a regular chat. We're fun. Melanie Gibbs should have called the police when Lori asked her to lie. Yes, it is very interactive. We like it because it's not a super I like my channel. It's nice, everybody's gotten to know each other and we we talk and get to know each other and we've been following this case and other cases too. So it is a nice community and you're welcome here anytime. And the chat doesn't go super fast. So I the reason I do live streams is to interact with the chat. Like I can make videos if I don't want to interact with the chat, right? So that's just my whole thought process on doing live streams is to be able to have you guys be part of the community and let us know what you're thinking and how you feel about what's going on. Nate came on early and said that when they announce that they have a verdict, he will go live. Oh, so will we. So will we. Welcome, Dina. Allison, I agree, but she should have called in Arizona when they all talked about Charles having to die. Yeah, she was as gullible as they come. I mean, for real. Some of these people kind of acted like they were semi-intelligent people, authors, writing books, yada yada, whatever, but they were so gullible. Like nobody thought for their own selves. They just put their own faith in Chad Dumbbell, who isn't charismatic at all, which is so weird to me because usually, cult leaders are going to be more, have more charisma, not like a wet rag. So that's why I found these. I'm just like, these women are just unhappy, middle aged, bored women with no real life. And they're looking for something bigger and better than what they have. And they thought that Chad might be their answer. It's just weird to me when I think about it. Yes, they knew who to pull in, maybe at vulnerable times. Yes. What is CrimeCon, Dina? It is a like a big conference, like a big conference thing, like Comic-Con or whatever, where you can go and they have all like the podcasters, the crime podcasters there. They have different speakers, like Dateline and Nancy Grace and all the big crime following shows and podcasts and all that are there, and smaller ones too. So sorry, I've not been able to follow you through this trial. Been super busy. Any plans to recap the trial on a podcast? Yeah, definitely would love to. My podcast is called Afterglow Unveiling the Idaho Cult, and it is behind. It's 3 seasons, but just between work, the trial being on, and the things I have with my family and stuff, I haven't been super caught up. I try to do all the recordings and stuff on the podcast, like the live recordings that they have and different clips. So I'd like to get back caught up with it when I have time. Um, uh, like right now, I was supposed to be going to Nashville, so I do have a few days off. We'll see. But yeah, I would love to do that. The problem is for me, I don't have help. I have me and I work full time and I it's just really hard to balance it all. And then along with family and all that stuff that I have to do. Oh, thank you, Stella. But yeah, eventually I would love to. I wish I had somebody that could. I don't even know what I need. I just need, because it's all me. So I have to record, edit, research, yada, yada, yada. The podcast is actually easier to edit um, than videos. But as you can see, I have like over 500 videos on cases. Most of them are this case here from the beginning. CrimeCon can be watched virtually. I believe there's a way, like a paid way. PLM knows. Do you think they have enough evidence to extradite Chad to Arizona? I think there's a lot they are not saying. I don't know. I hope so. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be amazing if they're like, okay, Chad's found guilty, and we are now bringing charges against him in Arizona. Da-da-da. They were all married to Chad at some point. What you put out is you, so that's why we like it. Well, thank you. Yes, yeah. Thank you. In a weird way, I'm like, I'd be getting ready to get on a plane right now. I think I'd be really like, "Oh, I hope I don't miss the verdict," if I was going to CrimeCon right now. Although the flight's delayed, so maybe maybe I'd be All right, I gotta do 2 things. I'll be right back. I'm leaving it on, though. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Stacy, I was feeling your vibe yesterday. Being caretaker is so tough. I did it with my dad. Now my significant other. It's crazy how everyone says they will help, and when it comes to it, nope. Oh no, yeah, I'm totally in it. My brother is pissing me off right now, really bad. Just you brought that up the wrong time. He's texting me because he's like, "This is not how we communicate." Because I text him, I'm like, "I had to cancel my trip to Nashville. I am not canceling my trip to Greece. You guys need to help me out." And he's like, "This is not how I like to communicate." Like, well, when was the last time you saw your mother? Christmas, maybe? Ugh, makes me so mad. And honestly, my biggest problem is I was doing everything more than everything before, but now I'm doing everything, and they just feel like she's in good hands. She's with Kathy. She's fine. Kathy doesn't have kids to run around anymore. Kathy can do this. And because they all use their kids as excuses. Just irritates me, my siblings. Mm. Well, anyway, annoying. Let's see. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? Noon Friday until 3 on Sunday. CrimeCon? Yeah, there was something. I know that there's stuff that goes on, but then there's like a VIP thing on Friday night. I didn't pay for that. It's already expensive enough just to get the general stuff. Oh, the extra party is a Thursday night thing. Okay. Well, I wasn't gonna go to that. I was just gonna get in there late tonight, so no matter, I'm not going now. I will live vicariously through others that have gone.
Welcome to Verizon Wireless.
Oops. I want them to tell us what's happening. Wouldn't it be nice to be a fly on the wall? Be so cool to be able to be in there to know what's happening. Too bad they can't like record the jury deliberations to make it something in a show later on, like a Dateline or something where they're like, okay, and this is when the jury was deliberating. This is what was going on in there. But it's still secret squirrel no matter what. Which makes sense. We can't throw those people under the bus that maybe were on the other side of the team in the beginning or whatever. Stacy, you're 100% correct. All right, I'm gonna let my dogs out. They're pacing. I will be back again. I should have done it a few minutes ago. I'll be back. Who's about to go live? The court or Nate? But what I was like just reading your chat. What I can't forget more than anything is when him and Lori were on the phone, or when he was talking to Emma in the back of the car, and he'd also talked to Lori on the phone that day. He told Emma they're not going to find anything in the house. So that to me was huge and making me realize that Chad did know the bodies were in the backyard. And then when he's talking to, and then he said he's not coming back. And then he's talking, nobody act shocked. He did not act shocked that there were bodies in his backyard. Like, oh, here's this card and here's this credit card. I mean, if you found out that those missing kids that you thought were safe were freaking in your backyard, you'd be flipping out. Chad would have been flipping. Come on, right? And then telling Lori, well, they're searching the property. What, in the house? No, in the yard. What do you want me to do for you? Like, all that to me was like huge, 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 huge that he knew. That's just my thought on that, is I can't explain that away. Like, oh, what? There's bodies in my backyard? He didn't even say it. He's like, and then let me give you each $8,000 and there's money on this card. There's money on that card. Like, literally, like it's just another day at the office. Prosecution team just got there and Chubbs is there. Okay, then we must have something. Either questions or a verdict. Sometimes they come back and they have to go on the record with the jury asking questions too. Yep. Put a manufactured house right there on that property, and then until he found out that he had to dig or some crap, put foundations down. They were going on the record with jury, but no verdict. Sorry, my phone is acting up. That's okay. They come back and ask questions. We want to be here. Yeah. It was like normal, Stacy. When we were in the court, we were just chit-chatting away. People could move around. You could walk around, talk to other people. It was very casual for the first time. It was weird. It was like everything was so formal. And then when we were waiting for the verdict, we were all just like on our phones, talking to each other. My cat is eating my tortilla chips. Cats don't eat tortilla chips. What are you doing? My breakfast. So they may just have some clarification they need that needs to be on the record. And they told us, like when we were sitting in the courtroom, the lady that's in charge of everything, she got all of our email address and she said, she will send out an email when there's a verdict. There'll be like this much time for everybody to get back here. And then she also said, I lost my train of thought. She said, kitty cat. Oh my God. 1 second. This cat's making me crazy. What the heck did she say else? Oh, they literally said, they came in the courtroom and they said, there's a verdict. We will be here at everybody will be here in 1 hour or whatever it was, 1 hour, 2 hours, 30 minutes. I don't remember. But they said there was a verdict. So it doesn't sound like that, because I feel like they would have said there's a verdict. If anybody hears anything different, no verdict. Okay. Hi, Gocha. Okay. Not a verdict, but we'll be streaming. Procedural matter. Oh, this is a closed hearing, and we were all asked to leave the courtroom. It will not be live streamed. Okay. So Nate just said that on his Twitter, X, whatever. They were kicked out. Wonder what that means. What does that mean? Yeah, but that should go on the record. Closed hearing. What can it be? What can it be? Why would they need a closed hearing? Very strange. But would you expect anything not strange from this case? Nope. But if they were hung, they can't be hung already. I don't know. We need help. Somebody clarify. So, okay, so they're not going live. It's a closed hearing and da 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 da. Hmm. Oh, that makes sense though. Because I know that when they're hung and they can't make decisions like that, they do go back for advice from the judge. Like, what should we be doing? They kicked him out though. The reporters had to go. Closed. Somebody. All right. Well, here we sit, not knowing. So I guess we'll just keep chit chatting until we find something out. I know some people feel like there's not. Oh, maybe a juror, procedural matter. Maybe a juror screwed up already. What did they call it when Strawberry Shortcake screwed things up in Scott Peterson's trial? Oh, thank you, Stella. Hoping to be in chat with you when this came down. Kathy, you're a big part of the journalism in this case. Yay, citizens journalism. I'll keep listening, but driving for a few hours. Cheers. Thank you. Yeah, right. I can see Judge Boyce getting really annoyed with that. Like, okay, literally, we just sat here for 2 months, and you guys are like, yeah, it's been a whole half a day work here. We don't know. Unless there's something going on with a juror. Oh, so who are the alternates? What happened with the alternate thing yesterday? Did they draw names or whatever? So there's 5 of them, right? That were excused or what? Or told to stay on standby? How does that work yesterday? Messed everything up. Okay. Alternates in hotel standing by. So it could be something that one of the jurors has a family emergency or something. They have to go. I don't know. Procedural matter. But ow! Hey, sorry, my cat just was trying to knock my camera down, and I put my hand to stop the camera, and she freaking bit me. Play bite, but bit me. That freaked me out. Don't do that. We don't do that. Cat attack. Totally. Freaking cat attack. He thinks he needs to be in my way all the time, and then he thinks he's in charge. Go away. I hurt. I'm gonna bite you back. Just re-listening to Pryor's closing arguments, and I just cannot handle his referring to Chad's traditional Mormon statements. That to me was beyond infuriating. Oh my God, I know. First of all, Pryor played so stupid and dumb when it came to anything to do with Mormon or LDS or fringe or fundamental or whatever. He acted dumb. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know this stuff, but, and then he comes out acting like, "Hi, Ruby Dora, enjoy. I'm not going. Enjoy, enjoy." I hope it doesn't either. That's what I was worried about. All of a sudden, he knew what was happening at the church, right? Like, oh, now all of a sudden, Pryor's is this professional, educated on Mormonism and all their belief system and what is what. Yeah. But how do you say that? I know. I'm sad that I can't go. I need to figure something out. So I can't because I can't rely on people in my life. Ugh. I can't wait to hear how your experience is, Ruby. Let me see. Is there any updates on any of this nonsense? Come on. Nonsense is my new word with this whole case. I'm like, nonsense, nonsense. Hmm. I guess we'll get an update at some point. That would be amazing. California Crime Con. That's exactly what I need. He's still trying to knock my camera off. Would you not do that, please? I'm gonna break it. You know, he's just got so much kitten in him still. I don't know. What does he do when I'm at work? This cat. The other morning, I went in the bathroom. I guess I left the bathroom door open when I was sleeping, and he had toilet paper unrolled all over the bathroom. The trash knocked over. I had my bathing suit hanging on the back of the bathroom doorknob, and that was on the ground. Like he just had a party. Lauren said they brought them breakfast, so they are definitely in there deliberating. Hmm. Well, I don't like not being in the know. Honestly, if I wasn't going to CrimeCon, I should have just jumped on a plane and went up to Boise for the day. I could have came back tonight. It's a lot closer. Easier to get to. I am waiting for updates. Anybody hear anything yet? Oh my God, cat. They're so bad. They should be announcing at CrimeCon when the next CrimeCon isn't and where it is. So maybe Lori will let me know. She's there. It doesn't start till tomorrow, but she went last night, so. Oh, thank you. I think you have an investigator's talent. I look forward to following you onto other cases if you choose to do so. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I'm kind of anxious for this Daybell stuff to kind of wind down so we can start following more cases. And I feel like this has monopolized so much of all of our time, my channel, everybody's time. Especially this long ass trial, man. This trial was long. I mean, I know other trials can be longer, but I feel like Chad's trial was super long. Ruby, I wish we had some info, but no one knows what's going on in that jury room. There could be tears while viewing the evidence. Hmm. Oh, what? I just saw a flash. What was that? Did you guys see that? Still going. It was weird. It like blinked out for a second. I hope so. I know, right, Stacey? Didn't it blink out for a second? Like, what is going on? That was a flash, but I don't think they go live. I think they give 20 minutes to reseat people and then they go live. Yeah, they would probably bring everybody back in, let them sit down, and then go back on the record. I agree. We're all just trying to lurk elsewhere to find out what's going on. I'm just kind of like looking at my phone to try to see if anything else is popping up anywhere. So I'm sure that news people, the podcaster, everybody that's up there at the hearing is out in the hallway. Hey, Patty, I will have you guys seen the latest pics of Lori. She looks like her face is starting to melt. It's rough. Yeah, she's aging quickly behind the cell door. But she still thinks she's a goddess of some sort in her mind to herself. You know how long they talk in these hearings. They blah 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 blah, and then the judge talks, and then this person talks. That, frankly, Your Honor, blah blah blah. So I can't imagine what's going on, but it's been like 21 minutes since they said it was a closed hearing. Ooh. No, somebody in a comment that I'm looking at is asked, do you think they made all of a sudden Chad wants to do a plea? Can they do that now? I think they can. Or maybe a juror through another juror, like somebody said they knew something or whatever, and they're discussing that. Like, did a juror do something wrong, and another juror, did juror in the deliberations bring something up that they shouldn't know? And then they were like, okay, wait a minute, where do you hear that from? That means you've been following. Do you think like juror did something wrong? I know these people are freaking me out when I'm reading like comments online. People are saying they're betting on a plea deal. Would that be behind? But the jury's there, right? I can't deal with another child. Oh my God, no, please. We don't know. We're just speculating. Yeah, jury misconduct. What if it's that? Yeah, but a question would be, Carrie, a question would be on the record. Those are always on the record. Someone is saying this sounds like the most logical thing that they're speculating there's an issue with the juror and they're determining if that juror needs to be replaced. I don't think they would close it for a question. I don't either. I guess we'll find out. And they said it was a procedural matter, not a question from the jury. They're very clear about that. The jurors have a question. We're bringing the jurors in. They're going to ask their question. They want to see this piece of evidence again, or they're asking for this, or they're asking for that. They said this is a procedural matter. Maybe prior finally it got to him. I know, total FOMO right now. Maybe. Maybe Lori heard them blaming her and she's gonna tell all. Probably a little late, right? She should have come forward a little sooner. My impression is one of the jurors wants out. Hopefully, put the young man wearing a suit in front row gets in. Total FOMO. Oh, that could be too, Cloud. That actually makes a lot of sense. They may have some issues filling out the forms. And that would make sense, and it would be the least startling thing. I'm gonna go with that right now. Right? It's probably like nothing exciting. We're all like, it's gonna be this. Oh, Chad's gonna take a plea. The one of the jurors fell off the chair. Pryor had a heart attack. No, that's not nice. I shouldn't say that. Chad has the flu. We need Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Get a copyright strike for that though. What can it be now? They could be, Barbara, alternates. Maybe one of the jurors is either misconduct or got sick or had a family emergency. I don't know. I'm sure we'll get some info shortly. I'm sure we'll get something shortly. It's going on 11 o'clock there. I wonder, did they ask everybody else to leave, like the victims? You know, like like um Kay and Larry and them? Did they have to leave too? Do you guys think that Lori's trial is really going to start August 1st? You know, I'm thinking if it's a matter of the juror accessing info they shouldn't have, then will Boyce have to determine if this juror has influenced the other? Oh, good point. Yeah, I'm leaning towards that a little bit too, Stacy. Someone watched something, was influenced, or somebody said something in the deliberations that showed that they were accessing information outside. Yeah, they said the gallery had to leave, but I was wondering if it was just the media that had to leave or if the victims' families had to leave too. Lori needs a new attorney, so her trial is delayed. How long have we been? It's been going like 30 minutes now, right? With this procedural issue. Hmm. Everybody had to leave according to Nate. So it's just the jury and the lawyers and Judge Boyce in there. Three jurors were replaced? That's a rumor right now? What? Okay. We're gonna just hold on to that. Yeah, but that's usually on the record. Betwixt and between. That's usually on the record. Why is it off the record? Closed hearing. So I don't know. My guess is as good as anybody's, really, truly. I don't know. Oh, they will do a closed hearing if someone has been threatened? Like a juror? Could you imagine? I wouldn't put it honestly, I wouldn't put it past like Emma Daybell to try to bribe a juror. She's like, could you imagine? She's like got her spy glasses on. She follows one home one night. She's like, hey, would you come here a minute? I have an offer for you. We'll give you my dad's house, even though he doesn't own it. I don't trust that girl. She's not the sharpest tool in the shed, so clearly. So I could see her doing something stupid, like going online. No. Or Joe sending a threatening message to the hotel, right? He's a jerk too. Like he really took it on himself to be a during the beginning of days, to threaten people and she and her husband exactly threatening to sue them. Or like cutting one off and get in a car accident just to be like, oh, that juror. I don't know. I'm going all over my head right now with the stupidest ideas, but very confusing. This is taking a long time too, in my opinion. Long time. I don't know how long it's been, but I feel like it's been a long time. Everyone was in the courtroom is now in the hallway. We have no idea what is happening inside the courtroom, but it remains closed to the public. 3 minutes ago. Nate. They're in the hallway. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Juror misconduct, plea deal. What else could it possibly be? Too soon to be a hung jury, right? I think if it was something like a juror was sick or something, they would have already just that would have been done deal. They would have been like, okay, alternates coming in, you can go home. I don't think it's that. It's been taking a while. Um, Hung jury would be live streamed, I believe. I don't think they would, if the jury was like, we can't make a decision. I don't think they would not live stream that. I think the judge would give them specific directions, tell them to go back and keep trying. Somebody says, do we know if the jury is also in the courtroom? What I was on a recent jury while we were deliberating, a plea deal took place. The jury knew nothing about it until we were later called back into the courtroom. I think clarification of rules would be on the record and recorded too. I don't think they'd ask if the jurors just had questions about the jury instructions. I don't think they would close the courtroom. And it's not a verdict because then they would have just said there's a verdict in 2 hours. They'll be or in an hour or whatever. Everybody be here. Oh, that's true, Gocha. It's probably because it's part of sequestration. You're right. That's true. I just remember watching one time where they're like, "Go back." But then that on the West case, they were hung on that other one and they didn't even do anything about it. They're just like, "Okay, you're hung." So, but the other one, they got convictions on the one child, so. You know what? If I was Chad, I'd be pooping my pants and being like, "Oh god, I'm gonna have to go to death row. Okay, oh, plea, oh, plea." I don't know. I can I'm just they were replacing jurors. We would know that by now too. I don't think it would have been a big long. Uh-oh, here we go. Something's happening.
All right, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court received a jury question from the presiding juror, and the question states as follows, quote, Judge Boyce, as to count 6, is there an instruction listing the elements? The court went back and reviewed the instructions you were provided, and despite best efforts to give you all the necessary instructions, in fact, you were not provided an instruction as you've requested and should have been. So for that reason, the court now is giving you one additional instruction that you may consider in your deliberations, and that is now instruction number 42. So the court will now read through instruction number 42, and after it's been read through, you'll be able to continue with your deliberations. So jury instruction number 42 reads as follows. In order for the defendant to be guilty of first-degree murder as alleged in count 6 of the amended indictment, the state must prove each of the following. 1, on October 18, 2019, 2, in the state of Idaho. 3, the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, engaged in conduct or did aid, abet, advise, or procure another to engage in conduct which caused the death of Tammy Daybell. 4, with malice aforethought. And 5, the murder was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. Premeditation means to consider beforehand whether to kill or not to kill, and then to decide to kill. There does not have to be any appreciable period of time during which the decision to kill was considered, as long as it was reflected upon before the decision was made. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not premeditation. Aiding and abetting is defined as follows: all persons who participate in a crime either before or during its commission by intentionally aiding, abetting, advising, or counseling another to commit the crime with intent to promote or assist in its commission are guilty of the crime. All such participants are considered principals in the commission of the crime. The participation of each defendant in the crime must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements 1 through 4 above, or failed to prove any of the circumstances listed in element 5, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that elements 1 through 4 above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and you unanimously agree that the state has proven any of the above circumstances under element 5 beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that the state has failed to prove any of the above, you must find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that all of the above have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder. So that concludes reading of jury instruction number 42. The court will have you include that in your deliberations, and that original instruction will go back with you to the jury room for your deliberations. Thank you for your patience in addressing this matter, and thank you for the question to address that as well. All please rise for the jury then. All right, thank you. We're in recess.
Judge, is it still the court's position 30 minutes within notification?
I think so, Mr. Pryor. I think that helps
you, Your
us
Honor.
keep things moving. If we have any other questions or a verdict.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was anticlimactic. After all that, plea deal, juror misconduct. A question. What? I swear I didn't think it'd be a question, but they obviously screwed up and didn't give them instructions. So that makes sense. The state had to sit there and figure out the instructions. Nothing fun to cruise. Very anticlimactic. They called everybody in. They made everybody leave the gallery. And then all it was they missed giving them some instructions on count 6. So they had to come up with jury instructions, and then they had to let the jury in and give them their instructions. And now everybody is living happily ever after, going back to deliberate. That's where we're at. That's about it. Okay, now we're back to tick tock, waiting. It was kind of a messed up mistake, huh? I know, right? Who forgets a jury instruction? They take so long to make those stupid jury instructions, not stupid, those jury instructions. And then, hey, Flash Fan 85, welcome, welcome, welcome. And then they mess it up. Oh my God. Everybody's probably tired, but still. Stay on your game, people. Stay on your game. I thought it was for Tammy. Oh my God, I missed it. I don't remember what they said as far as how many terabytes of information there is in just Chad's case, but I think the state did a fantastic job. Clerical errors, everyone has them. This is true. It's a lot. But when we're sitting here in the peanut gallery, we think we're going to add our 2 cents, right? Right, Stacy? Overall, they definitely did a great job. Lindsay Blake did a fantastic job with this trial. But they have so many people, checks and balances. Like, they have staff, they have people, even the judge has a staff attorney sitting right there. She's the one that caught the other thing last time before they went to deliberate before the end of the case. Remember? End of the trial. Yeah, I think it was about Tammy. Because they said they brought up Tammy in there. I know, right? Flash fan. Why would they be kicked out for that? I don't know. Judge Boyce is really odd. I've heard a lot of the other attorneys, not other because I'm not one, but attorneys on YouTube and stuff say that Idaho's just weird, and Judge Blake has made so much stuff secret squirrel that shouldn't have been during this entire 4 years that it's just been bizarre. Remember how many breakout sessions they had when everybody was doing it through the Zoom meetings and breakout this and the public can't watch and this and that, and this is off the record or sealed or all this stuff. She wasn't there, Diana? Cloud. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be back. I'm sure that'll be a few minutes before they come back again because they just probably getting back in their little negotiation table, their jury verdict table. All right. Anything? Did I miss anything? I don't think so. I'm not hearing anything. Let's see. What you guys chit-chatting about here? Does the state have a few local ladies typing stuff up, or do they have a team of trained paralegals and some attorneys? Who is making all these errors? I suspect it's low trained staff. People paid poorly. I'm just standing up for the state because they have absolutely made mistakes, typos, errors on both sides. Pryor has a ridiculous amount of requests because he does not want to pay a team. This will not be popular statement, but Idaho is messing up the 4 college students murder case 2 mess. If these cases were tried in Texas. The very fact that they have no death penalty attorney that would take this case as a ton. That was valuable info that the attorney who court bombed said about Pryor reaching out to him. A comedy of errors. Yeah, true. Yeah, I was there that day, and Pryor acted like he never heard of this guy. He was like all over there giggling with the prosecution when this guy was standing up there getting blasted by Boyce. But Pryor did reach out to people to help. He did reach out to that guy's office. I don't know why it took till the very last minute for anything to come of it, which turned into a big cluster, but it was really weird. Reason there is no death penalty attorney on this case is Chad's fault. If he wanted one, he should have hired one and not Pryor. Yeah, why was he so all about Pryor? Still don't understand that. If Chad would not have kept Pryor, the state would have given him a DP attorney. Yep, they would have. I need to see something. I'm going to put myself on mute again for a minute. I got to do something. All right, let's see. I don't think he does. I agree, Flash fan. I think Boyce isn't very thrilled with the media. I think I mean, Lori's trial, remember, he didn't even want them in there at all. Hi, Gayla. How are you? I'm good. If Chad would have taken the state's free attorney, he would still own his home with his cozy cone. Yeah, but could he have paid his mortgage all this time? Don't you think that he would have maybe had to? He would have lost it. Wonder how much his mortgage was. Those are all public records, but I don't have the energy to look. At least in California, you can see it. I'm sure Pryor got all the rest of Tammy's life insurance and whatever Lori and him had in their account, their little joint Hawaii account, and then the house. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm sure her rent, she could afford, well, I don't know. Her rent to them could have paid the mortgage. I'm sure that she's paying something to live there, right? She must be paying prior rent, even though she doesn't know what the arrangement is. Mortgage is rough in Cali. Yeah, it is. Definitely isn't cheap here. How many counts are there, you guys, again? How many counts in this case? Counts. How many counts? How many? Count. I already lost track. Right, Diane? Emma doesn't know much of anything, and what she does know, she lies about. And she's very quick to lie. She doesn't even think about questions. Nope. So did you? Nope. Do you remember saying nope? But nope. 7. Okay, cool. So if they were up on count 6, thank you, Gayla. I lost track. 9 counts? Oh my God, you guys. Isn't it 8 counts? Okay, it's 7, 8, 9, 7. You guys crack me up. I lost track. You read yesterday 9? I don't remember. My brain's fried though. Fried. Thank you, Flash fan. I guess I could have done that too. I'm just dragging today. Supposed to be on a plane going to CrimeCon. I'm gonna whine now about it because now I'm feeling FOMO, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, the chat doesn't let you put like GIFs or screenshots or links. I wonder why my audio wasn't working right away. It was really weird when they came back. Emma's in so much denial about her dad. It's ridiculous. She thinks that she literally thinks he's been framed. I mean, can you believe that? James and Elena story and everything else, and she still thinks he's been framed. And she thinks the cops are involved. I did hear Pryor like point at oh yeah, he's sitting in the front row. The guys in suits over there. Da, 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 da. He's all trying to blame the police officers again. Ugh. I don't know. I thought it would be kind of cool to be a criminal defense attorney, but if you have to get nasty to the people that work for the good of all people, that's just dumb. I don't think you have to get nasty. I think you're there to protect the Constitution, make sure somebody gets a fair trial, and boom, that's it. Defend them the best you can. I don't know. Me, the person I am, as sitting on that jury, if Pryor was in front of me, the way he behaves and acts and is kind of disrespectful and plays dumb, I would be biased against his client just by the way he comes across. Tries to act all polite and stuff. Excuse me, I'm old and I'm this and I'm that, but like poor him, but he gags me. Exactly, Gayla. Nope, but they're still not. Now, are they going to eat lunch while they work, or are they going to go to lunch, do you think? What time is it? It's 11:39 in Boise. Hmm. Hey, Grubhub, if you have Prime, I'm just looking at something in my email. Change the subject, but $0 food delivery fees on if you have Prime, Amazon Prime through Grubhub. Good. Now I can cancel my Uber Eats monthly one, and I don't even get it enough. Shouldn't even pay a fee anyway. Okay, Flash fan. Thank you so much. Daybell is facing 8 counts, 3 counts of first degree, 2 counts conspiracy to commit, conspiracy of grand theft by deception, and 2 counts of fraud. Okay. I think so. I think they've always gotten their meals furnished the whole time they've been in court, right? Pretty sure. I heard they got breakfast this morning. Let me see. Let's see. I want to see which order they're in. Um, looking at something here. I wanted to find them in order. Three counts of first-degree murder, insurance fraud and conspiracy, grand theft. I want them in order. Chad's going to get a carton of milk, a peanut butter sandwich, and some apple slices. Eight charges. Okay. Okay, here they are. I will share. The other one's still up, so don't be worried. I'm going to share this instead. And here we go. So, count one. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. So, the defendants, Chad, Guy Daybell, and Noreen Vallow. We already know that. So that amended indictment. Count one. Where's the other counts? Count two, first-degree murder. Okay, so count one. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Count two, first-degree murder. That's Tylee. Count three, conspiracy. Okay, so here. So this is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. That's Tylee, I believe. Endorse, espouse religious beliefs for the purpose of encouraging or justified homicide of Tylee Ryan. Yeah. And change the deposit of Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits. Okay, so count one is conspiracy to commit murder of Tylee and stealing her money, basically grand theft. Count two is the murder of Tylee. Count three is the conspiracy to murder and grand theft by deception. That would be JJ, right? JJ. Yep. And then count four is the murder of JJ. Count five is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. So this would be Tammy. I am at, yep, Tammy. And then the actual first-degree murder of Tammy. Count, so that was six, is first-degree murder of Tammy. Count seven is the Social Security benefits allocated for grand theft, felony for Tylee and JJ Social Security. And count insurance fraud is also part of that count, which we know, okay. And count 8, defraud or deceive an insurer for purposes of insurance fraud. Okay, so that's 8, right? 8. So conspiracy, murder, conspiracy, murder, conspiracy, murder, then the money stuff. Right. So there's conspiracy for each of the murders, and then murder of each of the murders, and then the grand theft, insurance fraud, and insurance fraud. So if they were asking questions on 6, which is Tammy's first-degree murder, did aid and abet and commission or not be being present, advised, encouraged, and commissioned, or by command compelled another. Okay, so now if that's what they were up to, if they were really have already made their choices there, we might be moving right along here. We will see. Chad was aware of the dollars left by Lori. Yeah. Well, we know they're delivering on 6 and up, right? Hope they checked all the instructions going forward. Gee, this is so nerve-wracking. I just can't stop thinking about Larry and Kay's resilience, love, and care. And Heather, they were ones who called this BS out. Justice for Tammy Child. Yep. Justice for JJ, Tylee, Tammy, and Charles. Do you think the DA proved the insurance fraud? I do. I think that's, for me, I felt like that was pretty straightforward. I don't know what you guys think. All right, let's put bets. What time is it? I say by 1 p.m. Okay, 1:30 p.m. I'm going to say another hour and a half-ish. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the terror that poor lady went through? And the lies Chad sat there and told, and still allowing his children to believe. What a horrible person. What a horrible person. All because wanted his bleh. Ugh. You say 3 p.m., Gocha? 3 p.m., which is 3 p.m. You're talking Mountain Time, right? Three p.m. Mountain. You voted on another channel that would take 17 hours total. How many hours are we in now? We're not close to 17. You also think the verdict is coming today? Guilty on all the murder and conspiracy charges is my vote. I agree. Before dinner time. Okay. I agree, Gayla. I'm with you. I don't think there's going to be, personally, I don't know. Maybe I just know too much about this case and I'm biased, but I think they wanted clarification and they're ready to roll. They might have a nice lunch first. I would have lunch first before they went in there and but they might throw up their lunch when Chad has to stand up. And no, I'd be satisfied if I were them. If I was coming back with a guilty verdict, I'd be like, I'll bet you, I heard on the interview, the one juror, they all went out after they went out and they talked about it, that she said, which I think it has to be like that. Just the little trial I was on as a juror, I was like, oh my God, we finally get to go talk about this, and it was not even a big case, but I was like, thank goodness you guys think like me. I was so happy to hear it. Within 144,000 seconds. You voted though. I got to stick with the 17 hours. Okay, that's fair. Can't change your vote. No changing. Before dinner. I think it'll be for sure before the end of the day. I'm saying 1:30 p.m. Mountain Time, which isn't that much longer. It's almost 12 there, right? I don't know. That's a good question, Gayla. Does anybody know if they go right into the penalty phase after the guilty verdict? Therapy decompression. Yeah, a margarita and some chit chat, right? Would be nice if it's before dinner. It'd be nice if it was right now. I'd be so stressed right now because my flight is supposed to be leaving in 30 minutes. I'd be like, no, I'm not going. I'm sitting right here at my desk. But sometimes when you're on a plane and the Wi-Fi doesn't work, it's like, oh, the Wi-Fi to work. Come on, come on. If it takes 17 hours, I get to eat fried chicken. Do 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 do. I just keep sitting here thinking, we don't have all day, people. Come on. We don't have all day. Actually, we do. We're sitting right here waiting all day. "30-minute warning verdict." Okay, they're going to give us a 30-minute warning. Isn't that what Boyce asked about? Hmm. Okay, let's see. Could you imagine covering this case for 5 years and then miss out on the judgment because you're on a plane? No, I know. Oh, oh no, Kayla, that's awful. She's still in the ICU? Mhm. Yeah, that sucks. Is she gonna be okay, do they think? Want to get in shape and eating fried chicken won't help with that. I feel like we all need to take a nap. This is when I wish I was in Boise right now. I really do. I wish I was there. I wish I was there because I was there for Lori's when we were doing this, and it was so much more. I felt so much more in the know, you know? Oh, are they going to do surgery? Is she stable enough for any surgery? Type 2 diabetes? Is she on insulin? Oh, people, diabetes makes me nervous. Diabetes is probably the worst thing you could ever get. It affects every single body system. It's bad news. Bad, bad, bad news. How old is she, Kayla? No. Hmm. Not stable yet, difficulty breathing. She's on insulin since December. She's 80. She's not that old. I know, Fun Cruise. I wish I was there right now. Flashman. Have you watched the Koberger hearings? And if so, which judge do you think is better, Boyce or Judge? I have to be honest, I have not been paying that good attention to Koberger because between work and this case, I've been like kind of out of the loop. Yes, definitely. Fun to cruise, Gayla. Boyce is a better judge, Fun to cruise. That Koberger trial is crazy. That guy's a lunatic. Okay, let's see. What time is it? It is noon almost. In 1 minute, it'll be noon in Boise. Koberger seems just like a really evil person, huh? Oh, Boyce does a lot of things to show control of his courtroom. Like he kicks people out for not standing as fast as he thinks they should for the jury coming in or bending over or anything. Boyce is a little. He's definitely militant in his courtroom. Is Koberger facing the death penalty? Is that on the table? I think it is, right? Very interesting that they want it further instruction on count 6. They are making good progress, in my opinion. I agree. Yeah, that seems like good progress. Oh, reading the verdicts can be dangerous. I worked the criminal superior court for the sheriff's department. The clerk has to read him, right? In Boise, I think it's the clerk, right? Yeah. Lots of pressure on the court clerk. For sure. Oh, I need a nap. I'm tired. Yesterday was a long day at work. It started out good, and then all these babies started coming. I heard one person voice is very intimidating, Judge. I felt like that. And his courtroom bailiffs are pretty intimidating too. Like they'll walk over and they just like kind of like the straight face and just stare at the gallery like, ooh, I'm like, I'm scared. I don't want to move. I don't want to breathe. But then I was like, okay, my live stream has a green light on facing me. I'm gonna think they're gonna think I'm recording. I'm not recording. I'm live streaming, and I'm like, I'm not bringing it. And then like the last day is like, so if you're live streaming or anything, make sure your camera is not facing out. Like, what? I mean, I was stressing out, thinking I was gonna get in trouble, and I was fine the whole time. Oh, I believe that. Emotions become crazy. So what do you think when he's found guilty, if hopefully he's found guilty, how do you think he's going to justify this to his kids? That's all right. We're going to try. Prior said we're going to appeal. There was a lot of stuff that was messed up. Emma, don't worry. We're going to appeal and then we're going to win. I don't know. I just feel like he's going to keep like shoveling shit to his kids. Yeah, he did laugh a couple times and smile, but if I were them, I'd have tickets right now to go on a vacation somewhere tropical, on a beach, and just lay there. You know what I mean? Like as soon as this is over, my peace out. I'm on a. If I was Boyce, if I was prosecuting, even if I was Pryor, he needs a vacation. Everybody but Chad. Everybody, like jury, everybody needs a tropical island right now after the verdict comes back. He'll have to take his portal to Hawaii. Exactly. He can meet Lori in the Hawaii portal. I think he's going to get stuck, though, like a clog. He will ride the martyr in prison. Yep, I agree. I mean, like, we need the Innocent Project involved. Emma, she'll be like on the phone with them. I think he's fair too. I do agree. He's strict, he's fair, has control of his courtroom. I think overall he's done a good job. He'll say it was all rigged. Yeah. It's a conspiracy, not just the police that are sitting there in the suits. The whole place, Judge Boyce, everybody's against little old me. Everybody's against little old me. Hi, Barb Ellen. We're just sitting and waiting and waiting. But like it's like, a watch pot doesn't boil kind of thing. I think if they request to work through lunch, we know they were really close. Yeah, there's actually the podcast I'm listening to right now. I'm pretty invested in that guy. It's called Proof. It's season 2 of Proof, Murder at the Warehouse or something like that. And the boyfriend has been in jail for 20 something years, and in my opinion, where I'm at so far right now, very clearly Murder at the Warehouse. Yeah, podcast. It looks like he's innocent and he needs to get off the hook. I don't know. Pelham, are you still listening to that? Did you finish listening to that? Because I'm not done yet. I'm so glad he left cameras in. That was ridiculous not to have cameras in Lori's. I don't think it would have made a difference at all. And he did calm down after he realized it was just probably easier to have them in than not have them in. Oh, he did not, huh? You watched the trial again? I need to go back and watch that because I was so much younger. My kids were super little and I was watching it on TV every day. I remember that. I would like to watch that again. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Who do you think used who, Lori or Chad? I think they both used each other. I think Lori thought Chad was going to make her the queen, like he told her he would. And I think Chad needed to, he's a horny weirdo that needed to get his thrills. And Lori was going to do that for him for somehow. Nothing was going to stand in his way of that, even killing her children and his wife. Sick. But for some reason, I don't know why he married Tammy. He wanted to get rid of her forever. She was too vanilla or whatever, Mr. Pro, whatever he thinks he is. Do you think Charles will get justice? I do. I do. That's going to be interesting. Kim Kardashian can help him. Yeah, I think Chad and Lori are both a bunch of sickos. Extremely selfish, sick. I'm curious about Chad. Name one sexy thing about Chad. One. I got like -12. I hope so. That would be so great. Oh, you're way past me on that. I'm still, I gotta, maybe this week while I'm not going to CrimeCon, I can catch up on that, finish that podcast. Yeah. Now, Charles, he was a very handsome, charismatic, nice looking guy. Definitely. I'd date Charles. Would I date Chad? No. Wouldn't even talk to him. I hope Chad is charged in Charles's death. Pryor sure made a big deal out of bringing that up over and over again. You know, he's not charged. They're like even in his closing statement, there's nothing at all that can. What I don't know. I should have written it down. He kept making the statement that it was said that there was nothing at all. You know, some way he worded that Chad had anything to do with Charles. Well, that's pretty much it, right? Loin fire going wrong. The loin caught fire and burned into a crisp. Loin fire, womp womp, crisp. That would be good. That's what he deserves. He deserves his loin to be fried like what he did to other people. Are you familiar with the Karen Reed trial? If so, her defense attorney, Alan Jackson, prosecuted music producer Phil Spector in 2007. That trial's also on Court TV. Yeah, a lot of people are watching the Karen Reed. That one, I wish I could catch up on that one because I hear bits and pieces of it, and I really would love to catch up on it because it seems very conspiracy, you know, conspiratorial or whatever. My rule for proof: can't listen if I'm not cleaning. I finished spring cleaning in 3 days. Motivator times 10. See, the only time I've been listening to it is on my way to work, and it only takes me 8 minutes to drive there and 8 minutes to drive home. So I'm getting in about 16 minutes a day. I need to get busy with it. After we get Chad's, maybe I'll float in the pool and listen to it later if we get a verdict before the sun goes down. Oh, definitely, Gayla. It has to be easier because they can just go, well, let me give you some food for thought on that one and that one and that one. They don't have to prove anything, right? Chad, we need to fry your loin over the freaking barbecue. Or weenie roast. How about Chad's weenie on a roast? Okay, I'm getting slap happy here. Oh my God, I can't. Can you even imagine? Barb, it's just blows my mind. Like Lori really thought that, oh, Chad, can you check their levels? Oh, they're zombies now. We have to do this. A cold case trial that just started on Tuesday in Tennessee called the Karen Swift trial. Is it interesting? I'm sure it is. Yeah, I mean, my grandson is 6, you know, and he's not special needs, but he's the sweetest thing ever. I can't even imagine a child that age, what they did to the poor JJ. What can you? Oh my God, it just makes me sick. Just sick. Let's see. Anything, anybody? Anything, anybody? I see nothing new. Everybody's probably just hanging in the hallways, sitting on the courtroom stairs out front. Oh, Shirley. Aw. But I'm not going. I can't go. It all got screwed up. Hopefully I can go next year. I'll save it for that because I have no one to stay with my mom. It turned into a big mess. But I really, really appreciate the donation, and I will save it for my next time when I get to go. You're so sweet. Thank you very much. But it does help support the channel a lot, and I appreciate that. It all got messed up. I'm sad. I'm mad at everybody right now in my family because my trip got screwed up. Thank you. That will pay for the month subscription to StreamYard that I use for my software. So I do appreciate that. This guy, Swift, is accused of killing his wife, Karen Swift, in 2011. Wasn't arrested until 2022. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence in that trial. Your family needs to know you have a fan base that wants dirt. I really just have to figure something out, you know, because I'm getting super resentful of my family, my siblings, you know, they're busy. Yeah, I know. But it's my fault that I decided that my mom was going to come live with me. But I really, truly, without really asking them, like flat out before I did it, if they would come and help out when I had things to do. So that's my fault. But I need to just figure something out and just peace out on them. I just wish I had like a neighbor or something that I don't mind paying somebody to come stay here, but they got to be able to deal with the dogs, my mom, you know, and the cat. But my mom is super easy. She doesn't need anything. Like, she's very independent. She does her own food. She does her own everything, but she gets scared and she gets confused. So she just needs a person here to make her feel okay, you know? Oh, thank you. Welcome, welcome, BC girls. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Thank you for helping grow our little Loyal Lou community. Thank you so much. Same here, Kathy. We were going on a vacation. Then my sister went camping. My 92-year-old mom needed watching. Then hubby's mom had a heart attack. Yeah. It's hard, you know? I'm like, I'm an empty nester. I should have some more freedom, but then I get resentful because they're like, well, we're not empty nesters, but anyway, you know what I mean. It's just frustrating. Thank you for becoming a member. Looking forward to the insider scoop. Yes, we got to get that going. I'm going to have to get my, we used to do a Friday night happy hour, but now that my schedule's so weird, but I only work 3/12, so I could just rotate it during the week and we can do that once a week again. I'm really looking forward to getting back on that because it's nice because a lot of people will come in and do a panel here, you know, and we can pop in and everybody can talk on the screen and stuff. Especially people are more comfortable in the member only ones doing that than the public ones. So Shirley, thank you. Look, somebody's going to get some memberships for the gift that Shirley's giving us. Thank you. Thank you. Super sweet of you. We'll get new members. So you guys, if all of a sudden you become a member, that's why, because Shirley just gifted. It's random. YouTube picks it. Picks who. It's 12:20 in Boise. I might be wrong about my 1:30. I'm not going to pin down 1:30. They say they're ready, or 1:30 they read the verdict. I'm not. That gives me a 30-minute leeway in my bet. Hi, Claire. I worked 3/12s and every other Wednesday, so had built in overtime. Glad that's over. Yeah, 3/12s are long. I just did them. I didn't even realize we get a weekend differential. I didn't know that at my new job, so I get a little bit more money working on the weekends. Nothing really, Claire, other than the jury needed more instruction on an instruction that wasn't given the right instructions for. That makes sense. There you go. Flash fan got a membership. Your bet is sometime today. I know, Shirley, look at her. She's so sweet. She comes and gives a donation. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're in the airport? If you ever fly through Salt Lake City Airport, stop by Uno D50. I'll give you a bracelet. I was just there when I went to Boise. We changed planes. Me and Lori met up in there. Lori Day, my mod. We were in Salt Lake City Airport briefly, but I don't remember that. Thank you, Shirley. For anyone else who might be interested, here's a link to our Discord. Yes, please join us in there. Please, please, please. They didn't sequester Lori's jury. They did not. Who's reporting to you with the verdict watch updates? Nobody. This is it, girl. You and me watching the live stream. Regarding the jury question, I think it was a good thing to prevent reversible error on appeal. It makes sense. Everybody has been wanting Melanie Boudreaux to be held accountable in Chad's trial. Do you think they are keeping her for her husband's death attempt? I hope so. I swear, I don't know why she hasn't been charged in that. So dang obvious to me that she was involved. Oh God, these dogs want to go out again. I'll be right back. I might as well do it now before they pop on and then I don't want to go. I'll be back in a minute. Dogs need to pee again. I wonder what they do when I'm at work all day. My mom does not let them out this much. That's okay. See this little thing up here, courtroom recess? Yeah, Kayla. No worries. It's here. It's us. We're doing it. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, you guys, my flight was total. It's going to be the one I was supposed to take this morning. It's over 2 hours late to take off from Palm Springs. So I would have totally missed my flight to Nashville. Crap. All right. Oops. I forgot to mute. I just put a cherry in my mouth. I know, right? Like crazy. I was supposed to leave at 11. And now it's leaving at 1:05. And the connection was only like 45 minutes. So I would have misconnected. I would have been either stuck in Dallas or I wouldn't have been able to go today. Okay. What time did they start deliberating? Lita. There's 43 people in here. Nobody can answer a question. They started at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. And you're on the East Coast, so that would have been like 6 your time. They started deliberating yesterday and then they stopped, right? And then that, yeah, true. You got it. Yeah. Sorry. I'm eating my cherries and I'm banning people that are rude in the comment section. We don't do rude here. Even semi-rude, we don't do. I mean, literally come in here impatient because your question was too above us, above the last question. It's not like we're all just sitting here. We're waiting for a verdict, lady. Like, not everybody just sitting here staring at things. Some of us have our earpods on and we're walking around our house and doing other things. Dude, I hate people like that come in and they just think that the universe is all about them. Whatever. So Lita Miller was banned. Bye-bye, Lita Miller. Claire Fisher, here's the scoop. Limited options. I have one set for Daybell, and it gave me about 12 articles 3 hours ago. All articles from yesterday. We need an app that buzzes us. Yeah, we need something that like organizes information as it feeds in, right? The news feed. People are probably all crazy over there. Poor Lita, she probably wouldn't have got her question answered over there either because there's too much crap going on. Why are we responsible to tell her when the jury started liberating, as she put it, instead of deliberating, which is the actual word? Exactly. Apparently, according to Lita, we're all just sitting here waiting for her so she can ask her stupid question that anybody can find anywhere. We were going to tell, I was answering her question, but I tripped and fell in my dog's bed. Dude, the nerve of people to just pop into your chat and be like, everybody answer me right now. There's 43 people and none of you can answer me. God, ugh. People. You get a lot more flies with honey, lady. Instead of acting like a toddler. I want it now. I asked a question. Flash fan. Hey, Trishy. I'm trying to think the longest verdict watch I've watched. I think it was 7 hours and it ended in a mistrial. Oh my gosh. Oh, no. She would make a good friend of Lori's. Yeah, go hang out with a Lolo loco in the jail in Arizona, Chicky Poo. My top 3 crime channels: Left Undone, and It's a Crime, tied for 14, A Murder's Heart, and second, True Crime, Faith, and Chocolate. True Crime, Faith, and Chocolate. Third. Well, thank you for putting us in your top. I appreciate that very much. Lots of Daybell trolls. Oh, Emma and her posse. What is it called? They're all probably in there. That's why I can't be a streamer. You would lose your cool. Most of the time I try to ignore him, but that one just pissed me off. Although she's probably getting the attention she wanted. So win-win, huh, Lita? I swear Emma has a bunch of ghost accounts to troll anyone going after her dad. I agree. I think she does. Wait. Was I muted all this time? Lita is banned. Bye-bye, Lita. Oh, I was at work the other morning and I was like, I'm not streaming. Here I am. I looked a little tired. Oh, you could hear me? My thing went to mute a second ago. It was really weird. Oh, maybe when I was took a bite of my cherries, I actually muted that time. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hi, Marilyn. I would not be surprised if Emma and her self had like 5 computers set up with different names and she's answering herself and typing in, my daddy is my hero. Nine burner phone. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. I got cherries. They're good too. They're really good. Somewhere in the world. Yeah, here. Wherever I am in the world is it's warm. Let's see. Let me just tell you. You should come visit. 97 degrees at the moment. 2 days high will be 104. So yeah, it's warm. It's 11:41 a.m. at 97 degrees. It's nice out though. It's not humid. Let's see. What is considered humidity? Air quality index is 52, whatever that means. The UV index is 9. It's very high. Do not go outside without your sunscreen on. And it is 97, but it feels like 95 because there's a little bit of wind. Precipitation 0% in the last 24 hours. Visibility is 25. I'll just give you the whole weather report like I'm a weather woman right now. 25 miles. And the dew point is 51. Humidity is 21%. So there you go. Above average daily high. The high today is 104. The average is 99. So it's a hot day here. Ooh, I don't think I've had that in Greece. Delicious sour cherry juice in Greece almost every day. Only 20% juice, but I didn't care. I'll have to try that. The channel I mod for, I'm known for policing the chat, and I'm known for blocking people that are not respectful. Other mods are like easy on the trigger finger. You know, we try to be like, okay, somebody may say something a little bit off, but that Lita, whoever the heck she is, told me my channel sucked. So that right there, you tell me my channel sucks, you don't get to be in my chat. I don't care if it sucks or not. You don't get to tell me that. Sorry. Right? Like grown-up Kool-Aid. Sounds good. I will be there. I don't know how many days is left. I'll be there. And oh my God. That is going to be a problem. I got to figure my crap out for my mom on that time. That one, but I am leaving on the 27th. So literally what, 4 weeks from 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks from today. Ah, this trial better be over. I am not going all the way on a 18-hour flight day without knowing what's happening. It can't possibly go that long, right? Please tell me it can't possibly go that long. It won't. It'll be done and over. BC girls, we like you. Thank you for liking our chat. Oh, you really did fall? You weren't kidding? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't fall. You know what happens, Gayla, when us old people fall? It can be very dangerous. I have a funny story. When my nephew was little, he was like 4. His dad fell. My brother-in-law, who's younger than me, my sister's 12 years younger than me, so he's probably like 10 years younger than me. And my nephew was like 4, and he started freaking out crying when his dad fell. Like just a normal fall. Like he was in the backyard doing something, and he fell, climbing a ladder. I don't know what he was doing, but he fell. Didn't get hurt. And I guess my nephew just started freaking out, crying and crying. "Ah!" My sister was like, "What's the matter with you? What is wrong?" "Oh, when old people fall, it's really bad." Like I've fallen and I can't get up commercial. It was like hilarious. He was so freaked out that his dad fell because he thought he was an old person falling. The perspective of children. Your dog is up. Oh, he landed on your dog's bed. It's a great chat. I don't chat in many chats, but I love the channels that are very welcoming and they seem like a virtual family. That's why I like this chat. That's why I like this channel that I have. I agree with you completely. It feels like friends hanging out, right? Friends with an interest in something that's going on that we are all invested in. Totally. Thank you. But thank you, Gayla, for trying to answer her question because she was quite rude and she didn't deserve it. And you didn't deserve to fall trying to answer a rude person's question. So, hi, Ruby Ray. You'd go drinking with y'all? Well, let's go. We'll have happy hour. We got to bring back our happy hour. Everybody can bring a beer or wine or whatever. I like red wine. We'll bring back our happy hour. I may figure it out this week. Once a week. I used to do Friday nights, but can't always do it if I'm working, but we can try that again. And unless I'm going somewhere. I have a couple other trips planned, so I got to figure out this whole mother stuff and dog stuff. You don't multitask well anymore? Oh my God. Talk about multitasking. I need to get this computer system down at my new job because this whole freaking working postpartum is all multitasking. It's not like labor and delivery. Well, labor and delivery is multitasking, but not the same. There you go, Gayla. There you go. Also, oh, yeah, I am a registered nurse. BC Girls, registered nurse. I've been a nurse. This is my second career, but I've been a nurse since 2002. I'd like to be a lotto winner so I don't have to be in anything except for have money and do my true crime and travel. But I don't play the lotto, so that's not going to happen. Toxic. Go full screen and watch it if I'm in long streams. Yeah. It's those big busy channels are really hard to because there's so many people in there that are just not kind and stuff. They come in on purpose to just stir the pot, which we don't like that here, right? Thank you very much. It's pretty exhausting. I was thinking I should have just been an actress or something. That's what I wanted to do when I was like 12. I should have stuck to it. Can't be harder, right? I can be richer. Nope. That's what God wants me to do. For whatever reason, it just keeps coming back as this is what you're here for, Miss Kathy. Your son is an RN. Well, thank you to him. I love it too, but it is exhausting. Like last night I got home, my feet were so sore and my back. But it's a good job. It's a good career. It helps people, which I need to do for whatever reason inside my soul. I need to help people. I knew I had to retire when I fell down at work a few times. I was in law enforcement and 62 years old, which is a little old for that kind of work. I hear ya. I'm 60. I'm tired. Light workers of the world unite. Your minister. Oh, interfaith minister and wedding officiant. Missing. Oh, that is a cool job. Very cool. Well, that's the problem. That's what I like. I don't, because there's channels that I like to watch too, but when you chat, nothing, you don't even get seen, unless it's just random. And if you really want your comment to be heard, you have to do a super chat. And sometimes they don't even see those, or they don't even acknowledge those, which is kind of a bummer. So back in the day, I was a flight attendant and then a mom, stay-at-home mom, and a nurse. 60-year-old safety scientist. Oh, that's interesting. So, Allison, what exactly do you do as a safety scientist? And Christian, no, I don't remember already. Thank you for gifting a membership as well. Very appreciate that so much. Thank you. Oh, that's cool. Participants on clinical trials. Ooh, that's super interesting. Right. They're not having a conversation, right? Ruby, I guess it's like comment. Nobody acknowledges another person because they can't. By the time they do, it's gone. BC. I retired from 30-year career in the legal and criminal justice system, then as a corporate administrator. I wanted a fun-loving job. Oh, wow. I think the criminal justice system is super interesting. Because that's why we watch this stuff, right? But what really makes me sad is you hear these cases that are sabotaged by whoever's investigating, and they don't look at all the evidence, or they don't submit all the evidence, or they believe lies, or like a child. I don't understand how you can interview a child without parental permission and use what they say, but adults are allowed to say they don't want to talk. But a child can be interviewed by law enforcement and everything can be coerced or twisted or manipulated, and then they can take that to trial. That just blows my mind. I think every child that is questioned by law enforcement should automatically have a lawyer there present. Dietitian by training. Many of my coworkers are RNs. That's a cool job for sure. The dietitian. I find it really interesting when I have a diabetic patient, what the dietitian tells them, how they and teach them and what to eat and all that kind of stuff. I think it's really interesting. Ooh, that would be cool too. You know what I thought was interesting, Gayla, which I think is a super cool job, is when I was working hospice, is we have chaplains or how do they word them now? Spiritual counselors or whatever. That is a cool job because they're non-denominational. They sometimes they just talk to people. Other times, if they're with a person that's like Catholic or Jewish or Buddhist or atheist, they still find a way to be able to be there for them in their way and help that spiritual connection because we're bio psycho social spiritual beings, and I think that piece is important, and hospice actually make sure there's a social worker, there's a registered nurse, there's a doctor, there's a chaplain, and what else? Nurse, social worker, chaplain, doctor, right? So you got your medical doctor, you got your nurse that's doing all the clinical stuff and the whole picture really, but and then you got your social worker that does all the resources and that kind of thing and the counseling, and then you have the spiritual person, which is the chaplain, and they're amazing. I loved my chaplains that I worked with. They're not religious, they adapt and talk to the person in what their spiritual, and they can refuse them. They don't have to have them, but I think they're really cool. Like some people, they want to sing prayers and they'll sing with them. Some people, they want to pray from the Bible. Some people, they just want to talk about whatever, the afterlife or the not afterlife, or what they've done on this earth, or the meaning of life to them. I thought I think it's really cool. And that's one thing that I think people don't go into hospice early enough, because there's such a big part of what you can get out of it in every way: physically, biologically, socially, psychologically, and spiritually. Yep. Yep. Hospice nurse now, they have non-denominational chaplains. Yeah, they're amazing. When I started the only reason I left the hospice job was because it gave me no flexibility, and I was gone Monday through Friday, and I was never done with work on time, unfortunately, because I really enjoyed the patients. I enjoyed the job. It was just too short staffed, and you couldn't, really plan your life around it. So that's why I wound up going back into OB and the hospital, because at least I can manage my life. When you're at work, you're at work. When you're done, you're done. You do get better. You get a lot of good care in hospice because you have a doctor, a nurse, everybody at your fingertips 24/7. You can even, like, we had the hospice company I was working for, families could text the on-call nurse in the middle of the night and ask questions. Like, she seems like she's breathing weird, or I think she has a fever, or I don't know, she's vomiting. What should we do? Or can a nurse come? Yes, we'll send somebody, that kind of thing. So, are you familiar with the Treehouse murder case? This guy represented himself, didn't do half bad, got himself a mistrial. There's no evidence against him. Interesting. No, I don't know about that one. I'm attracted to hospice work, but I'm too emotional. It's very emotionally draining. It's very emotional. And you get attached to certain people. Like this little kitty cat that I have, this patient was one of my favorites. And I didn't tell her I was quitting. And she literally was so worried about this cat. And I felt so bad for her that I told her I'd take the cat. And I was afraid to tell her I was quitting. And she literally died my second to last day there. And then her daughter's like, she said you take the cat. I'm like, I will take the cat. She's like, you were her angel. She's so happy to hear that. So, there's a lot of good you can do. And it doesn't have to be just medically, right? But yeah, it was very sad to see her go. She was a sweetheart. Sometimes the one lady that was so mad at me the first day I saw her, she was all jacked up. She was not doing good. And she told me to get that out of her house. She wound up being one of my favorites too. And her family. Sorry, I'm drinking my water because my throat keeps getting super dry. His name is Franklin Tyrone Tucker. And now the state is using dirty tactics to get him convicted. Oh, wow. Hospice when your dad was dying. Yeah, I think hospice is amazing. Ruby, we were talking about that a little while ago. That's been going on for a long time. Is that trial still going? Doesn't it seem long to you? I haven't been following, but it seems like it's been on for a long time. It keeps popping up that it's being streamed. Okay, what? Well, shoot, it's 1 o'clock there. I'm going to be wrong if they don't hurry up. Come on. I got 30 minutes left to be right. Ruby, I can't do my job either. They just make me and I have to go because I need money. Anybody got any inside scoopers on what's happening? Can we go knock on the jury door? How close are you? Can you let us know? Close, not close. Like what? What's happening here? I'm just being nosy on Twitter here. Let's see what happens. Nothing. No updates, huh, guys? It's an airplane, Percy. It's an airplane. Percy gets very upset when airplanes fly over. Percy. Just an airplane, buddy. Hi, hi. But you know what? I remember when Lori and I were in Lori's courtroom waiting because we had a plane to catch in a few hours, right? We were like, oh, we're gonna have to go. And then it was like, boom, we have a verdict. They just came in the courtroom and they were like, we have a verdict. They will be back in 30 minutes. And we were like, yeah, we're gonna be here for it. So it literally can happen at the drop of a hat. Nothing happening. Thank you, BC. I figure we're going to hear somebody that's there. I don't have any connections there because our Lori went to CrimeCon, and I don't know who's there that follows me. You lost the bet, Mary? Before noon Pacific time? Well, I would still give you the bet if they came in right now and said they have a verdict and we'll be back in 30 minutes because that means they actually got to the verdict before noontime. Lori's trial took about 7 hours. That would be 1 o'clock Mountain Time or 3 o'clock Eastern, so it should be pretty soon. I hope it's today. I don't think I can handle another day of this. Not that I have anything else to do. I'm off work until Tuesday. Oh God, he can't be acquitted. Come on, Shirley, please don't know. Never know though. Stacy, you guess tomorrow at 3? First I said Thursday or Friday, but now I think, because I was thinking I'd be at CrimeCon when it happened, but now I'm not going to CrimeCon. It's just gonna I changed my guess to today at 1, which is right now. Nobody's getting acquitted. No, especially not Chad the Ball. Can you imagine? Lori gets sentenced to life in prison and Chad gets acquitted. Would that be absolutely insane? I don't think this, I think honestly, if they were already asking questions about count 6, I don't think they're going to go all the way till tomorrow, or especially not all the way through the weekend till Monday. If they are getting their lunch in, it will come shortly after. Does anybody have any idea? Are they getting their lunch? You are winning so far, Flash fan. If he gets acquitted, he's done. He walks away happily ever after. You just set up a verdict watch thread in Discord. Oh, cool. That would be great. Is it a working lunch? I think it should be a working lunch. If I were them, I'd be eating and talking and working. They've just had 2 months of their entire lives taken away from them. That they can never get back, all because of Chad Daybell. I'm just kind of scrolling to see. There's like nobody's really I guess if nothing's happening, nothing's happening. They know what we know, right? Can't even imagine watching that marshmallow walk out of the courthouse. Oh God. I've been watching, hi, Cinderella, since the zombie letter. I haven't been able to go on as much right now with work, but I'm here for the verdict. Thank you for being here. I kick myself every time that I didn't just go live with that zombie letter. I didn't know what I was doing on YouTube. I never even thought about going live back then. That was the beginning of my channel. And I stayed up all night making a video instead of just going live and reading it. How dumb was that? But yes. Oh God, please don't let Chad walk out of the courthouse. Like, remember when Barry Morphy walked out with his daughters on each arm? Can you imagine seeing Emma and Garth on each arm? As if Mr. Daybell's 144,000 would include affirmed elderly children, poor, he would make it an elite clan. Of course, it's me and the Arizona girls. And you guys got to pick somebody that I approve to be your partner. You can't bring Brandon. You got to pick the Cian dude. You can't bring your husband, Melanie Gibb. You got to pick David Warwick. You can't bring Zalema, dude, lady. All your dudes that you've had, you got to have. Lori needs Alex. We told Alex he was important. Sorry. This is your new partner. I think it would absolutely be, my jaw would hit the ground. I would be so sick if Chad had a hung jury or a mistrial, or got acquitted either. No. I'm surprised with Barry Morphew right now and then the tranquilizer stuff. I'm surprised that they haven't arrested him yet. I'm really surprised because it's a whole new county or area or whatever it is that is in charge of his case now because of where her body was found. A black bin bag. Yep. Trash bag. Put Chad in a trash bag. And let's do his weenie roast first. This is true. Fawn Fargo. If he had a hung jury, at least they could bring him back to trial. If he got acquitted, oh, then he can go visit his Lori. Hi, babe. Sorry I got acquitted. I'm coming to visit you. I'll be at your trial every day in Arizona. Dude, if he got off, they better hurry up and charge him with Charles' murder and put him right back in jail and let him have to sit through the whole dang thing again with murder number 2. Or murder trial number 2. Acquitted would be horrible. No, Chad Daybell. Hi, what's your name? Chad Daybell. Oh, how do you spell that? Dabball. I'm from Iowa because I can only think of states with I names. I have mixed feelings with the death penalty and would want to make that decision. Barry has to be next. I am most upset if that he's still out there. I know the death penalty is just what I like about the death penalty is because it still exists in California, except for there's a moratorium on it, so nobody can be put to death right now. I just like the fact people can be sentenced to death because I think it's a good negotiating tool for people to just save the court money and plea guilty. But clearly Chad didn't go for that, so. Oh, Barry Morphew. I hung on there trying to believe he might be innocent, but unless the tranquilizer chemicals were planted to prevent his lawsuit from bankrupting the county, he is so guilty. Yeah. I mean, that was it for me. Because I did think, well, he wasn't in that. They didn't track him there. Blah, blah, blah. And there was that other DNA found in her car. But that could have been some guy that worked on her car, changed her oil, or, fixed something. And her car wasn't missing. She wasn't found dead in her car on the side of the road. So. Wait, Diane, did you hear something we didn't hear? Well, don't come in here scaring us like that unless you know something. Don't come in there scaring us like that. We have a verdict. Oh my God. Hold on. I just saw something. What? I just lost it. I saw Justin Lum's post and then it went away. Somebody help me. I'm stressed out now. We continue to wait for a verdict from the jail. We are getting on 6 hours later. Now, 6 minutes ago, Nate said that. Oh, we have a verdict. 3 minutes ago. We have a verdict. Oh my God. Ah, ooh, okay. We have a verdict. We have a verdict, everyone. It's happening. Let me make sure my audio is on. And this Judge Boyce, I gotta make sure because I don't want to freaking not miss anything. Last time when it came on, it wasn't on. Now I'm scared. Make sure I got 2 up. Where's my audio? Oh my God, I'm nervous. We have a verdict. We have a verdict. Okay. Okay. My audio's on. That thing is not muted. Is anybody else as nervous as me? Okay, we have a verdict. So what's happening? Do we have 30 minutes? Oh yeah, I win. Winner. I said 1:30. I win, and I gave myself leeway. 1 to 1:30, which could go to 2 because they get the 30 minutes. It's almost exactly as long as Lori's took, huh? Okay, you guys, I'd totally be on a plane, but my plane's delayed, so I wouldn't be on a plane. But I'm not on a plane anyway, so it doesn't matter. I really think it's going to be guilty. I think as fast as they're coming back, although that day that I was on a jury, we came back with not guilty very fast too. But I think this case had way too many details to just jump to not guilty. Chad's going down. Okay, never mind. Calm down. Yes. We have a verdict. Several family members have been notified a verdict has been reached, and we read at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. We got 45 minutes, you guys. 45 minutes. Yes, I see that. 2 p.m. 6 hours and 15 minutes. They're going to read it in 45 minutes. Be read at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. See, I told you, you're just like sitting here and you're like, la da 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 da, nothing's happened. And then they're like, bam, there's a verdict. It's almost like just the sky opens up and the answer falls. You'll finish your laundry with him. I agree, Ruby. I think it's too fast to be anything other than guilty. Bye-bye, Chad. No. Don't, no, Kathy, don't just be professional. Okay, I will. Talking to myself now. I bet old Chug's bunghole is tighter than Tanya. Weenie roast. You protected Thursday afternoon. You win too, Shirley. Woohoo, Shirley. We are winners. We have won. I need a cig. Be right back. Fun Fargo. I don't smoke, but maybe I need a glass of wine for this. I don't know. This is like this is going to be a good moment. Nice warning coming. Nightbot's like, guys. Chad should have taken a plea deal, but he didn't want his kids to think that he wasn't framed. So now he's going to be like, I'm innocent man being sent to death row. And Emma's going to be like, my daddy is innocent. Don't tell Joe. Don't tell Joe that my daddy hid money. And I helped. It is good. It is good. It's good. After this, I am going to go make a margarita and float in the pool. And still be mad at my siblings. Let's just put it that way. That is why, right, Tanya? He did not want to admit to his children any single which way. He wanted them to continue to fight for him as if he's poor Chad Mr. Innocent was framed, and they will believe that till their dying day. Yes, Thunder Cruise, we got a verdict. We got a verdict. Verdict at 2 p.m. It'll be read. 2 p.m. Mountain Time. We got like 42 minutes. That's exactly. My mom is 86 too. 86. And I hate to say this, but I'm very much regret. I thought I'd have more help from my siblings. And then they say, I'm the one that's being not nice because I'm the one getting irritated with them. I'm lashing out. Those are the words I heard today. I'm lashing out because I had to cancel my freaking trip. I mean, there was a lot more to it, but the bottom line was I can't leave her here by herself. Hurry, Thunder Cruise. Hurry. Don't get in an accident. Be safe. Drive safe. You got some time. I have to pee, but I'm going to wait a few more minutes because then I'll have to pee again. See, families are so freaking weird sometimes, right? I've got to go see jewelry at 2:30 p.m. I want to be present, not wearing. Okay, so Shirley, when I was in Greece, I bought all this jewelry from Demos Jewelers there, and he also has an Etsy store. And my cousin has him make custom pieces and stuff for her. So I got a bracelet and a necklace and earrings and a ring with all the Greek key design and stuff. Oh, sell jewelry. So it was really kind of cool. And he'll make custom pieces and stuff. So you should sell some of his stuff. His name is Steve Demos. And they're in Athens. Okay. What? PLM, what? Oh, I see what you're doing. You're going to go get everything ready for your family to have dinner so that you can come back and be focused on this. Gotcha. Okay, go do it. Yeah, we got that. Sea Life Vibes. We are ready, willing, and right here waiting for it to 2 p.m. So you'll be fine. You got to go at 2:30. The verdict will be read at 2. Uno D's. Well, I like jewelry, so I don't care. I'll come visit you. Uno. I bought my daughter a really pretty, well, let me just put it this way. I bought her a tennis bracelet for her grad school graduation last month, but she decided she wanted a ring. So she traded it for a ring. So, but it's okay. It's still a really pretty ring. You're welcome. And thank you for the update. It's 2:21 in Oklahoma. Are you in Central Time? Yes. Yes, Central Time. Yep, Allison, we got a verdict. Okay, I'm going to put up a ticker. Hold on, let's see. I can do that. Let me put up a ticker. Make a ticker. I can do that. Create a banner. At 2 p.m., right? 2 p.m. Mountain. Okay. Got it. Scroll across the bottom. Add banner. How's that? That'll help, right? When people pop in. Oh my God, this case. I found this case in December 2019, January of 2020. I made my first videos right before COVID. 2 missing children, and then all this stuff about Charles and Lori and Chad missing, the kids missing. And then boom, it's God, can you believe it? The beginning of 2020, more than 4 years later. Lori's been convicted. She's in Arizona waiting for Charles's murder, which should have happened before anything else ever should have happened. I'm still annoyed with that Alex and Lori got away with that for so long, and to the point where they were able to kill the kids and Tammy. Now Alex is dead now. He could probably just be in jail somewhere if they would have done what they needed to do there then. Yes, you were, Gayla. You were around right from the beginning. And here we are. We've come completely full circle. I'm nervous too, Chris. It didn't take long, but I'm nervous because when we were in the courtroom for Lori's, it was like, oh my, I felt like I was just holding my breath. Holding my breath in Lori's. And now we're sitting here hundreds of miles away behind our own little phones and computers waiting for Dumbbell's turn. And I'm so happy for Kay and Larry. This is the moment they've been waiting for. This will bring them closure in full circle, except for they still have Charles because Charles is Kay Vallow Woodcock's brother. So they clearly will be more than invested in that trial. And I think for me to get from my house to Phoenix to Maricopa County Courthouse is about a 4-hour drive, maybe at the most. So I definitely will plan on going to that. Oh yeah, Carla, the dark light rubric. Yeah. I was like, what? That was like dark this, white light that. And I still feel like they followed the satanic calendar in some weird ways, which is really bizarre. Yeah, don't you feel like this is like, to me, it almost feels like, when you go to high school or college and then 4 years later you get to graduate. I almost feel like today is graduation day for the justice for this case. Yes, when Nate was in Hawaii, I watched that. I was like, my jaw was wide open, hitting the ground because my channel was growing really fast then because I was following this case. But whew, that is true, Allison. The Casey Anthony verdict was, people were like, what? Time for justice. Tylee, JJ, Tammy, today is your day. May 30th, 2024. It is your day. Their little spirits are got to be, hopefully I don't know. I don't know if they know what's happening or not, but I hope they do. You were in Kauai. Yeah, you were in Kauai. That's right. I remember that. You think he'll get life? You don't think they're going to vote death penalty? Now that, right now, after they come back with this, if they say guilty, then what? They have to go deliberate more? And they have to listen to more witnesses and stuff. They have to listen to people talk about Chad and his life. So yeah, it's not over yet. Yeah, I believe so. They're going to have to go in the death penalty phase. So there's a whole nother phase of this that's going to happen. Penalty phase, death penalty phase. Yeah. And that's going to last 2 weeks. Oh, we're not done yet. We got more to do then. 2 weeks, really? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right, Stacy? It's almost exact. Because I remember, because Lori and I had to get our flight, and we were like, oh my God, we're actually going to be here for the verdict. Go lay down. We were just outside. Go. I went outside because when I went out, Percy, that was for a purpose. Oh, okay. They will have that later, right? Because they will have victim impact statements. Right. So, and the victim impact statements normally are toward the judge to make their decision, but the victim impact statements are going to have to be more towards the jury, right? Because they're the ones that are going to have to listen to all that and make decisions based on what they hear. Are they going to put this dude to death, or are they going to like just let him stay alive forever in jail? There's only two choices. If he's found guilty, the two choices are death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. I can't wait for Judge Boyce to talk again, because I was really surprised how stern he was with Lori. I really was. You don't think so, Shirley? And even I heard Larry Woodcock say he don't care which way it goes. If it can be, he doesn't care. He's always said he hopes he gets the death penalty, but at this point he doesn't care. It can be death or it can be life, as long as he's found guilty and he never steps outside the jail. And you know, you guys, Chad is what, 56? 56-ish? Was he born in 68? So by the time anything happened, he's going to be old and dead anyways, probably. So it is kind of true. That doesn't really matter. I had to apologize for harsh things I said about Boyce. He brought it on, Lori. I know. I was really impressed with that. Really impressed. And yeah, if he's in the general population and stuff, we may hear one day that Chad hung himself. Wink, wink. Right? What's it called when the judge gets details from the person? Remember when Lori would not answer anything? What time is it? 29 minutes. He's a F coward. Corrections will not house him in general population, no matter what. Mitigating factors there. Chad is 55. Yeah. And so he will be 56 this year, right? When is his birthday? His portal potty's still working once he gets in the big house. That's right. Otherwise, his loin fire is going to be. I'm trying to think of something. His loin fire is going to be. Let me think. I'm trying to be creative here in my brain. It's going to be like no lighter fluid left. If they do it consecutively, that's 6 life sentences. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Drive safe on a cruise. Be careful. It has a name. August 11th. Okay. So he will be 56 in a couple months. We need justice. Absolutely. So they won't let him get to him? Somebody should let him get to him. I mean, I shouldn't say that because I'm kind of sarcastic when I'm saying that. We don't want that going on in prisons. But I wouldn't mind for them to give him a little intimidation on a daily basis. Hold on. What's not used? Font Fargo. Yep. Verdict in, Cloud. Verdict, verdict, verdict. We have a verdict. It'll be read at 2 p.m. Mountain. About 26 more minutes. Exactly. The unevolved part of me. Totally get that. Yep. I'm glad you did your internet didn't. Don't let it crash again. Everybody pray for Cloud's internet to stay up and running here. They did. Dahmer. Mm-hmm. They do that. I don't think Epstein was actually a suicide. I don't think a lot of them were actual suicide. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Riverside County. There's a big, huge thing going on down here in Riverside County, California, with all these weird deaths in the prison, in the jails and the prisons that are being investigated. Right, Cloud. In my opinion, it has to be guilty. But I'm nobody. I'm just rooting for it. I'm on team guilty. It is, where are you? Pacific time. They're 1 hour ahead of us. I'm Pacific time too. So it is literally 12:36 here. It's 1:36 there. Oh, Lori, you were going to go in the Country Music Hall of Fame. Now you're going to wait in your car. I don't blame you. How's the weather in Nashville there, Lori? Is it hot, humid, rainy, sunny? Is it hot, humid, rainy, sunny in Nashville? Okay, I have to go to the restroom. I'll be back in 2 seconds because I can't wait. So I'll be right back. It's making me nervous. My bladder's nervous. Be right back. All right, so about 13 minutes left, everyone. So I just talked to Lori Day. She's in the chat. She's at CrimeCon. I saw this update that Scott Peterson was allowed. They're going to retest the duct tape. This is stressful. Everybody's like, we're sitting on pins and needles here. I think it's going to be okay, but that's not over until it's over. You know what I mean? Not over until it's over. Oh, Nate will be there for the verdict. He's there. He's there right now. So happy that we have a verdict. Well, they better tell you. If they tell you your car is ready, you got to tell them they have to wait now for you. Got something important going on here. Scott Peterson, I was very sure he was guilty, but maybe it was those burglars. But why would he go fishing on Christmas Eve right where bodies are found? Yeah, it's a little weird, right? I'm glad you were wrong too, Trisha. She did a fabulous closing. Pryor was annoying. I didn't finish listening. I fell asleep listening to him. But it didn't matter. He didn't say anything that made me think, wait, maybe he's right. I do grant Pryor a vacation on Maui or something with a margarita in his hand after this. He can have that. Along with the rest of them. Yeah, we need a good view of Chad's face. That's the only thing I'm going to be looking at when they announce a verdict is Chad's face. Did you get home, Funda Cruz? Are you home safely? 10 minutes. 10 minutes, everyone. 10 minutes. We are waiting for the official verdict. There is one. The jury knows the answer right now. Kayla. Yep. But I still count it because I said I get 30 minutes either way. I was right there at the Pacific Ocean that same day. My daughter-in-law was visiting from Arkansas and wanted to see the ocean. No one would get out of the car because it was so cold. Wow. And he was fishing. The word I was looking for was the pre-sentencing report. Lori would not answer questions. And when Boyce talked to her, he said he would like to take it into consideration, but she didn't. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm telling you, the time I was on, this is why I can't be an attorney. I would be scared out of my mind. The time I was on a jury, the attorney seemed so calm and collective during the whole trial. And then when we said we had a verdict and we came back, they were so nervous. You could see it. Like the defending attorney, she was putting like her hands on her head. She was putting her hands in her lap. She was shaking her leg. The prosecutor was just like all antsy in his seat. It was weird. Their whole demeanor changed. Will they go right into victim statements? Yes, Claire, we're glad you're here too. Okay, what time is it? I want to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. I swear to you, the craziest things happen when I'm in the middle of something that I want to see. My phone will ring, it'll be some freaking important call or something. Nobody bother me right now on my phone, people, family, friends, whoever you are. What was y'all's verdict when you did jury duty? The only time I actually got on a trial, we voted not guilty, and we were all in agreement pretty fast. Yeah, I think I am going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb for the next few minutes. We got 6 minutes before they come in. They're going to come in soon. Sorry, people. Anybody that knows me, don't bother me. Okay, bye. If anyone know, okay. If anyone wants to know how a penalty phase works, if you're aware of the Parkland shooter case, that's how it is structured. Oh, okay, good point. You've never gotten jury duty? You know, since I moved out here where I live right now to this county, I've gotten called every single year. I've been here for 4 years. But I've gotten out of it because I have my mom. But the next time they call me, I'm going. I'm going. Hopefully it'll be something really good. You stayed home from work from this? You didn't call in sick, did you? Don't tell anybody. Hope your friends don't know. Your coworkers get in trouble. My dad used to get called all the time. I don't know what it is about him, but he would go and he got picked a lot too. Yep, because I'm a stay-at-home mom and I also homeschool my youngest. And when I was breastfeeding, because I did it for a lot of years straight because I had a bunch of kids in a row, I got out of it too. But then I actually finally did go, and I immediately, when they brought us into the courtroom, I was one of the first ones they picked. They barely asked me anything and they kept me. I think, honestly, I do think they like nurses. Nurses are supposed to be voted the most honest profession year after year after year after year. It's not like we're cops, you know? Not that cops are bad, but I think a lot of times they don't want cops on it because cops are biased for other cops, right? Right. Flash fan, not on a case of this magnitude. This is too huge, right? Oh, Lori, yeah, you need to be called, Lori, for sure. You could totally do it and you'd be good at it. You're a registered voter, right? I believe that's one of the ways you get called. It's funny because my dad used to get called all the time and my mom never got called. I remember her complaining about it. You got called again? I didn't get called. I think she's only been called like after we moved out here when she's 86 years old and she can't see and she can't hear. She's been called 3 times. I have to keep saying she can't see and she can't hear and she can't walk. Stop calling her now and don't let her know you keep calling her because back in the day, she was dying to be called. I've always been treated best by nurses and have lots of friends and family owners. Yeah. Registered voter list. Yeah, when the kids were little, I got called when I couldn't go. The case I did get called on, I was working at a company that would pay 2 whole weeks salary for you to go, but I was only gone for like 4 days. No, Emma and oh, no. Emma and Garth did not help their dad at all. They even Garth, like, it was like, "Whoa, can you wait, I'm confused. Can you say that again?" Dude, you're messing up your lines. Like, Lori, you said that. Like, oh my God. Tony, Emma lied under oath, I believe. Absolutely 100%. She didn't. Even Lindsay was like, and he Googled Southwest winds, blah, blah, blah. And then Pryor's like, Emma, you heard Emma. She said she did that. I'm like, oh, please don't bring that up again, Pryor. You're making Emma look even worse. We know she lied. It was clear that she lied. Oh, yeah, we were having a thing. Okay. You were having a thing, an event where you needed to know the wind, Emma. That's how crappy Chad is, though. Think about it. That is how crappy Chad is, where he let Emma get on the stand and make a fool of herself to protect his dumb ass. It's sick. Oh my God. I'm talking so much. I'm losing my voice here. Trying to get out of jury duty. Everybody wants to get out of jury. I really feel like everybody, the state should pay everybody their normal salary when they're on jury duty. I mean, the government pays so much money to so much crap. Just pay people what they normally would get at their job when they're on jury duty, and more people would be more than willing to do it. I don't think they will, though, Lori. I think that Chad's going to keep trying to get them to push to say that he was wrongfully convicted. I wonder if Emma still talks to Lori. Oh, yeah, I got Lori's number. I already have an account. Unless she's calling her to try to trip her up, get her to confess that her dad is innocent and it's all her. Okay. What time is it? Oh, it's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. I have all kinds of energy right now that I need to do something with. Now, yeah, you can say you're a student, nursing mother, or taking care of an elderly parent like I do. Come on. I don't think Leah would have been a good person to bring on the stand. Mark was on his mission. Leah was very emotional in the Dateline or 48 Hours or whatever, and not sure about Seth. So I think they picked the two suckers to come on. Not for a long trial. No, yeah. Can you imagine what the OJ trial went through? Oh, God, that trial was so long and ridiculous. See? Put your phone on Do Not Disturb, man. I'm telling you, I did. Put your phone on Do Not Disturb. My phone's ringing. Let's see. Fun to Cruise. Heather, Matt Daybell, Ron Douglas, Tammy's father, Samantha William, Tammy's sister, and her husband Jason, Mike Douglas, Tammy's brother. Other family members are also here. Here. Oh, you copied and pasted that because you're not there, right? Larry and Kay. Oh, goodness, Claire. Put your AirPods back in the thing and turn on the sound. Everybody's getting all stressed out. It should be happening any minute, any minute. Please let me. Oh, something's happening. Something's happening. Here we go. Here we go. I see a mouse moving. It wasn't mine. Something's happening. Good luck, everybody. I will try to be quiet best I can while we listen. I saw a mouse move. Yeah, here we go, maybe, I think. Oh, here we go, here we go. Here we are. Chad looking a little glum. What you think? Pryor's looking a little glum too. Okay, I'm just gonna wait a minute because I have things to say. Oh, here comes Judge Boyce. All rise. Okay, I'll be quiet, I promise.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Here we go.
All right, I apologize. It'll take me a moment here to get logged on and then we'll get started.
Oh, please, you should have been ready, Judge. Sorry. I have all this nervous energy. You're going to hear me. I will not interrupt the verdict, though, I promise you. 5 years, right, Stace? 5 years. And the victims, absolutely. Chad's looking a little chumpy, huh? Pryor's looking a little defeated. I hope I'm not jumping to conclusions. It's a very tense moment. When this happened at Lori's trial, I felt the heat of the room, like everybody was holding their breath. You could just feel the energy of everybody just holding their breath. It was so suspenseful and so tense. And you can even see it in the prosecution right now. I feel like they look.
Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court's been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. The court will note the parties are present. The state's present with Mr. Wood, Ms. Blake, Mr. Wixom, and Ms. Beatty. Mr. Pryor's here representing the defendant, Mr. Daybell. And the court at this time is going to instruct the jurors to please be brought into the courtroom. That will include our alternate jurors as well to be seated. And then I will have the marshal get the verdict form from the jury once they return to the courtroom. So if they can come in at this time, we'll have them brought in.
Oh my gosh, here they come. Is Chad praying? Is Chad?
All right, please.
All right, here comes the jury. Here we go. And this is a huge moment. This is a moment we've all been waiting for so long. Yeah, Pryor looks defeated, doesn't he? He's got the frown.
Here's all President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Kathy's gonna be quiet.
All right, the court's going to next just make a reference that there is a courtroom conduct order in effect in this proceeding to remain in effect. So I appreciate everyone complying with that order, as most of you have done throughout the proceedings in this case. At this time, then, the first matter I'd like to take up is to do a roll call of the jury for the record. So Madam Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call of our jury to make sure they're all present and properly seated at this time.
Juror number 1, red card number 27. Juror number 2, red card number 219. Juror number 4, red card number 631. Juror number 5, red card number 653. Juror number 7, red card number 752. Juror number 8, red card 1680. Juror number 9, red card number 823. Juror number 10, red card 1358. Juror number 11, red card 1365. Juror number 12, red card 716. Juror number 14, red card 997. And juror number 15, red card 1078.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for conducting the roll call. All right, at this time, I'm next going to inquire from the jury foreperson. Has the jury reached a verdict? All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please retrieve the verdict from the jury foreperson. Thank you. All right, the court has reviewed the verdict form. I'll note that all counts have been properly marked, as well as the verdict form's been properly dated and signed by the foreperson. The next step then is Mr. Daybell, if you and counsel would please rise, I'm going to have the clerk read the verdict.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho and in for the County of Fremont. State of Idaho plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell defendant, case number CR 22211623. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Guilty. Question number 4. In regards to count 4 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 6 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tamara Tammy Daybell? Guilty. Question number 7. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Question number 8. In regards to count 8 of the amended indictment, in regards to count 9 of the amended indictment, is Chad Guy Daybell not guilty or guilty of insurance fraud? Guilty. Dated this 30th day of May, 2024, and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict. At this time, I'm just going to collectively ask the jurors, all of you, is this in fact your unanimous verdict on each of those counts? Very well. At this time, I'm going to inquire if the parties wish to have the jury polled. Does the state wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense, Mr. Pryor, wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, then. I'm going to direct the clerk to record the verdict. At this time, then, this does conclude the guilt phase of this trial. Because the defendant has been convicted on counts of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, the state has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty, and so a second phase of this trial, called the sentencing phase, will be taking place next. We're going to take a recess at this time for approximately an hour. We will come back on the record and begin with the start of that sentencing phase of the trial. I would like to remind everyone that this courtroom conduct order is still in application throughout these proceedings. Thank you all for complying with that. We are going to take that recess at this time. Mr. Daybell is to remain in custody at this time for the commencement of the sentencing phase. And with that, thank you all, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
Oh my God, they're going to start already? Penalty phase starts today? Whoa. Bye, Chad. Chad the ball. You deserve every single thing that comes to you. Yay for the victims. Awesome. Yep, on with the sentencing. Unbelievable. I am so glad. Yay, hi, Angie B. Yay. So happy. I can't believe they're going to start that already. What the heck time is it? 2:14 there. I guess they're coming back in an hour. They're going to come back at 3:15. This is unusual. Usually they are over and done with by this time of day. Oh, we'll just come back next week. Fabulous. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ruby. They go. Well, unbelievable. I'm so happy to hear this. This makes me really, really happy. He is ready to be done. He's like, let's get on with it. Let's go. Let's go. Of course, Claire. Yes, you're very welcome. How do I feel about the death penalty? I go back and forth on the death penalty. I feel like I'm so mad at him for what he did to children that he deserves it. But I also go back and forth of it as like a ethical thing. But I would not mind seeing Chad be put to death row. First of all, he probably will never get put to death. He's going to be 56. Takes so long. If he was in California, he'd never be put to death, even if he got sentenced to death. But I think that as a sentence for what he's done, it makes sense. But like in general, the death penalty, I waiver. If that makes any sense at all. Hi, Arsing. You're very welcome. So people don't try to start a cult and murder people because you're going to get caught. Thank you, DAs, Ellie, and especially the jurors. The jurors, amazing. What a dedication. What a journey they've been through to not know everything that we know for the last 4 years, for all the bits and pieces that we've been following. They did a phenomenal job and clearly paid attention, listened. And once they got to talk, I can only imagine the relief they felt to be able to just be like, oh my God, thank God, let's talk about this now. We've been sitting next to you, having lunch with you, talking to you about the weather for 2 months. Now we get to talk about the case. And what a relief to feel like after listening and listening and listening, to realize that the other people feel the same as you do. That has to be just such a relief to them. Everyone that sat there all these months, not being able to talk about it, sit next to their other jurors and then be like, thank God you feel like I do. You know, can you only imagine? Like if you thought, oh, what if they don't feel like I do? What if they think that this person is innocent? How are we going to get through this? I like these people. I've been sitting with them for 2 months. I have lunch with them, hanging out with them. Lindsay Blake. God bless you, sister. You're the woman of the year. She did an amazing job. She's a very good attorney. This should bring her some fame and fortune for real as an attorney. I'm so ambivalent about the death penalty. I don't think I could be responsible for making the decision. And I also think the system doesn't work. Then as a Christian, I don't really believe hit him most of the time. Yeah, I mean, it's a really crazy ethical thing. It's really hard to really wrap your head around it, to actually be the one that makes that decision obviously would be an extremely difficult ethical and I don't know decision. East Ida is going to go live. Can you share your screen? Let's see. Like Nate has been really cool about that. When I talked to him, I said, I give you kudos and I share your stuff all the time. And he doesn't seem to have a problem with it. So let me see. East Idaho News on YouTube. Let's see. On YouTube or Facebook? Is that what he's doing? Let's see what happens here. I'm trying to pull it up. Okay. Live. Here we go. Okay. All right. Got you guys. Here we go. More than willing to do this. I actually did ask to ask Nate. I told him that I do use his stuff, but I always credit him, and he appreciated that. So that's the front of the courthouse. I'm sure we will see Kay and Larry and the gallery come out here real soon. And then the random people in the courthouse that are there for their child support or their whatever come out too at the same time, wondering what's going on, why the cameras are here. So we'll see what happens here. The cameras are there. I'm sure all the tents. You can see all the microphones are set up over here. There's channel 8, channel 7. There's Nate. Hey, Nate.
All right, everybody, I'm going to hand this off to you, Jordan. I believe we are live right now. Just ran down from the 4th floor where a verdict came down this afternoon about 10 minutes ago. 210, Chad Daybell found guilty. Chad Daybell found guilty on all charges: conspiracy to commit murder of Tammy Daybell, conspiracy to commit the murder of Tylee Ryan, conspiracy to commit the murder of J.J. Vallow, the murders of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell, and 2 counts of insurance fraud. Guilt across the board. This jury deliberated for about 6 hours. They started yesterday afternoon, and the verdict came down, well, before 2 o'clock. We got word around 1:15-ish that a verdict had been reached. We were given the notice that we needed to be ready for that verdict, and it was read at 2 o'clock. The courtroom was packed. I can tell you lots of tears, lots of sniffles as this verdict was read. We walked out in the hallway afterward, and law enforcement officers were crying. They were hugging Larry and Kay Woodcock. Samantha, or Tammy Daybell's father, hugged Larry Woodcock as the two of them cried together. A lot of emotion in that.
I'm sitting here chewing on my ice.
It's been nearly a 5-year ordeal, and these families have waited for this day. Chad Daybell showed little emotion. And what happens from here is, in less than an hour, we'll be back in the courtroom, and the penalty phase of this trial will continue. What does that mean? It means that Tammy Daybell's siblings and her dad have prepared statements that will be read from the stand. They will get to read victim impact statements that basically share how they feel and how this has affected them. Chad Daybell's children could also read those statements, but they were not in the courtroom today. They were not here. No word if they are coming. And then, because this is the penalty phase, the jury will then go back and deliberate if Chad Daybell should get the death penalty or life in prison. It's unclear how long that process will happen. I mean, who knows? It could be later today if all the victims go. It could go into tomorrow. It could go through the weekend. But the big news today, if you're just tuning in, Chad Daybell found guilty of murdering J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, his wife Tammy Daybell in her bed. He's found guilty of conspiracy to commit the murders of JJ, of Tylee, of Tammy, and he's found guilty of 2 counts of insurance fraud. Now, I don't expect that we'll see people coming down here just yet. After Lori Vallow's verdict last year, Larry and Kay Woodcock came down to address the press. I believe that they're going to stay up there until the penalty phase of the verdict happens. And I don't know how long that will last. I have to give you a little behind the scenes look at how this verdict, at least how we found out about it. Earlier this morning, the jury had a question. and the court reconvened. The jury was called in, the judge was called in, everybody gathered in the courtroom, and there was part of an instruction that was not included. And the jury had a question about what that particular part of the instruction needed to be. So the judge added a 40-second instruction to the packet. They then went back and deliberated. Around 1 o'clock, we were sitting in the courtroom. There was a bailiff in there. There was some court staff. Another bailiff opened the back door, not back where near the judge's chambers are. And he said to the other guy, "Hey, come here now." And immediately we knew something's going on. This bailiff then left the courtroom. About 5 or 10 minutes later, Kay Woodcock was in the courtroom with us. She yelled, "We have a verdict." And several people in the courtroom cheered, and the bailiff said, "You can't do that, no cheering."
Thank you, Fund.
And then
So
I started to get
appreciate it.
multiple texts from people saying the verdict's in, the verdict's in. The courtroom started to fill up with law enforcement officers from Fremont County, the FBI, the Rexburg Police Department, the Attorney General's office, agencies from all across the state. They're represented in that courtroom. They have worked hard for this day, and they have got the verdict that they were hoping for, that the state has been working for. And of course, Chad Daybell's defense attorney argued that he had nothing to do with this, but the jury thought otherwise. So again, we're about to start that penalty phase. We will carry that for you live. The judge said that's going to start around 3:15 Mountain Time. It's 2:25 now, so we have about 50 minutes for that to happen. I can give you a look, Jordan. Why don't we pan if we need to? There are people gathered here outside the courthouse. Just kind of pan around. You can see cameras from news stations locally and national news networks. And then behind Jordan, I don't know if you can swing all the way around to a 360. There are people who are out here just at the courthouse. Just they wanted to come by. They wanted to see what was happening. And they are gathered here on the courthouse steps to see what this verdict is. This trial has been over 8 weeks long. If you include jury selection, it was 9 weeks. Jury selection started April 1st, and then witnesses started the following week with opening statements and witnesses and evidence. And then just yesterday, closing arguments. The prosecution took about 2 hours. The defense took about an hour and a half. And then the prosecution went back for a rebuttal closing that was nearly an hour too. And the jury began deliberating around 4 o'clock yesterday. They wrapped things up around 6. They are in sequestration. They cannot go home. So they went to their hotel, which is somewhere in the county, where they spent the night. They were back early this morning, 8 o'clock. And hey, Janice, can I interview you? Okay. There's somebody that's been here every day that from Rexburg that I thought I might get her thoughts. Julie. You want to grab her, Jordan, see if she'll talk? Lady in the denim shirt. A lady from Texas who knew Lori Vallow was also here. And Jordan's just going to run and grab her, see if she'll do a quick interview with me. We can get her thoughts about this whole thing. I don't know if she wants to do it, but she was in the courtroom when the verdict was read. Can I just ask you a quick question? You'll be great. I interviewed you last year.
Yes, you did.
Remind everybody of your name.
Shelley Vester.
And Shelley, you're from Texas.
Yes, Austin.
And you were in the courtroom just now.
Yes, I was.
And describe the feeling.
Amazing. Tense, but relief.
Yeah.
It's a journey that's ending.
And did you predict that verdict?
Yes.
You did?
Of course. Yes.
Not surprised at all?
Not surprised. No.
What did you think looking at Chad Daybell as that verdict was read?
I was wondering if he was breathing. He was no expression at all.
Kind of like what we've seen the whole trial in a way, but was this different?
No, I think well, he did look a little pale. Did you think he looked a little pale?
I was sitting actually behind him, so
Okay.
I couldn't quite see his face, and there was a deputy in the way, but there was no movement as far as I could see.
Like you didn't even know if he was breathing, no blink, of course, which he never does, right? So, yeah.
You've been here several days, and you were here earlier in the trial.
I have. Yes.
What's your overall takeaway? I mean, why the draw? Why come out from Texas to spend time here?
Well, I was associated with Lori many years ago.
She did Lori's hair. Can I announce that?
Lori did my hair.
Lori did her hair. I think we said that last year. Yeah,
for 10 years. So,
10 years.
So I played with Tylee when she was young. And I'm just here to support Tylee and Joe, and of course the other victims as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And you happen to be here on verdict day.
No, and nobody was sitting in front of us.
Yeah, you
So
know,
that was nice.
were you here for Lori's verdict?
No, not
Okay.
for the verdict.
That
No.
courthouse was packed that day. There were more media, it seemed, that day, although it's kind of picked up out here.
It has.
And
Yep.
and this is the result you wanted. Are you going back in for the
Yes.
penalty phase?
Oh yes, I'll be here till Saturday.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I know
You're
you did a
welcome.
great interview.
Thank you
You
very
did good.
much. Thank
She's
you.
been here early every day with the
Yes,
group.
And thanks for the donuts.
Yes, brought donuts this morning. I guess that my theory on bringing donuts
You're
helped.
right. Yes, you're a repeat
Right.
because you brought them for Lori's trial
I
for
brought
the
'em-
verdict day, right?
Verdict day,
Verdict
brought
day.
donuts. We got the verdict in,
Yes.
and then did it again this year.
So that means you need to go to Arizona and bring donuts
I
as
will do
well.
it.
Okay.
I will do it. Let's not talk
Okay.
about Arizona yet, though. Although that she does bring up a good point. We do have another trial for Lori Vallow, who is in Arizona at the Maricopa County Jail on these charges in relation to the deaths of Charles Vallow, her fourth husband, and the conspiracy of the death of Brandon Boudreaux. So she faces conspiracy charges on both of those people, Charles and Brandon. That trial is scheduled to begin in August, but I don't think it will be happening in August. I think it will be happening early next year. Many of you are just tuning in. Chad Daybell found guilty this afternoon on all counts, 3 first-degree murder counts, including J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. 3 conspiracy to commit first-degree murder counts, Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, Tammy Daybell. 2 counts of insurance fraud for the insurance money that he used after Tammy Daybell died. He used those funds. And Chad Daybell killed his wife. He killed J.J. Vallow. He killed Tylee Ryan. And he conspired with Lori Vallow to commit their murders. That is what a jury decided on this afternoon when they handed down this verdict less than 20 minutes ago. And now we wait to see what his punishment will be. Will he face the death penalty? Will he face life in prison? Idaho has not sentenced somebody to death since 2017. This would be the first death penalty case in eastern Idaho in I don't know how many years. Several years, possibly over a decade or more. But that jury could very well come back after this penalty phase and say Chad Daybell deserves to die for the crimes he committed against his wife and the children of his new wife. Inside the courtroom, we have Tammy Daybell's father. For the first time, he came to a court hearing. I spoke with him briefly after. He was very emotional. He said, I hugged Larry Woodcock and we cried. Larry Woodcock and Kay Woodcock were in there, tears running down their cheeks. I was sitting on a row in front of several law enforcement officers with their spouses. I could hear sniffles. I could hear, I didn't, not sobbing, but you could tell that people were crying. It was an emotional moment in there. And as we led up to the verdict, I mean, it actually happened so quick. I think we were in there less than 10 minutes. We've been in there 9 weeks. But when it came down to the verdict, the jurors were brought in. The jury, four-person said, we have a verdict. It was given to the judge. The judge opened it. The judge gave it to the clerk. The judge had the clerk read the verdict. Guilty, 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 guilty. Chad Daybell stood. The judge asked the prosecution if he wanted to do a roll call to poll each juror. The prosecution said no. The defense also said no, which is different than Lori Vallow's trial, where her defense attorneys said, yes, we want you to poll the jurors, and they did. And then the judge said, okay, now that this is a first-degree murder case, and the prosecution filed an intent for the death penalty, we will go straight into the penalty phase, which begins at 3:15 this afternoon, and we will carry that for you live as it happens. And then if Chad Daybell is sentenced to death by the jurors, they will decide if he's sentenced to death. We don't know when that execution would happen. That could happen. It will likely be several years because there are so many appeals that happen in death penalty cases, but it will likely be some time before Chad Daybell is put to death if they decide that route. If he is sentenced to serve life in prison, he will serve it at an Idaho Department of Correction facility, and he has not been assigned one, but I would imagine it would be somewhere in the Boise area. Got a cough here. So that's what we're looking at today. You can see we have a media podium set up here. assuming that some of the family members will come down and address reporters, probably not till after the penalty phase starts. You got to think that they've been preparing these statements. They've been waiting for this day for 4 years, over 4 years, to look Chad Daybell in the eye and try to get some sort of a closure or answers or something like that. And it's here. And the verdict was just read, and now they will sit down at the stand, at the podium, and the witness stand, and they will read their victim impact statements. So that's what we have going on here. Let's show people one more time if you want to pan around here, Jordan. We can see the media people that are here, lots of cameras from Idaho and national media as well. And then we also have several spectators who have gathered on the courthouse steps just to see what's going on and to get a look at the coverage that, or get a look at this historic day here at the Ada County Courthouse. I do want to say, if you missed the verdict, you can go back and watch it. All of the trial we have archived on our YouTube channel. 67 witnesses called by the prosecution. Several of them were called multiple times. They testified 2 or 3 times. The defense then called 11 witnesses, and then there were rebuttal witnesses that the prosecution called 6 of those witnesses. So all in all, we heard from over 80 people on the witness stand during this trial. Some of those witnesses talked for only 2 or 3 minutes. Some spoke for an entire day. I believe Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo was on the stand an entire day. And it appears that this jury weighed all the evidence. They weighed all the exhibits. They weighed all the witness testimony and came up with this verdict. Chad Daybell guilty on all counts. Love to know your thoughts in the comments below, what you think about this verdict. Were you surprised? It took 6 hours, a little under 6 hours. My count was about 5 hours, 54 minutes. Lori Vallow's jury took about 7 hours. And, you know, very similar pattern to hers, whereas hers broke her trial. The jury started deliberating late in the afternoon, went home, came back the next day, had a verdict around lunchtime. As for this trial, happened, they broke late in the afternoon yesterday, came back in the morning, and began deliberating too. In case you missed it earlier today, just about an hour before this verdict came down, I spoke with juror number 4 in Lori Vallow's trial. I interviewed her just here outside the courthouse, and she told me that she kind of gave us some insight as to what happens inside that jury room while they're deliberating. For her, she was equally as nervous this year, she said, waiting for that verdict to come down, not knowing when it would be, what it would be. And now that the jury has this off their minds, they can focus on the next stage, which is the penalty phase. So I think I'm going to run upstairs. I'm going to run back upstairs, get back inside the courtroom right now. As I mentioned, we will have that penalty phase here when it starts at 3:15. We're just going to stay live. You can stay live here. We'll probably keep the camera here in position in case anybody comes back out. And then once that penalty phase starts, you can just stay with us. Just keep watching. Got to take a little personal note here and thank you all so much for sticking with us throughout this trial, watching every day, for following us on our feeds, for commenting, for sending in your questions. There will be no Courtroom Insider tonight. Of course, it's a big day, but I'll actually be flying to CrimeCon, where I'm going to be interviewing Lori Vallow's sister, Summer Shiflett, on Saturday, and we'll talk about that next week on Courtroom Insider. But we'll definitely be back tomorrow night for Courtroom Insider, and through the weekend too. We'll try to do some special editions from CrimeCon. To recap it all for you, I'm getting a buzz here. I hope they're not buzzing me to get upstairs. We have a verdict on the Chad Daybell murder case. It's taken a little over 8 weeks, and the verdict has been reached, and it is guilty on all counts. You can go back. You can watch that verdict if you want. You can watch the closing arguments that led to today, the other witness testimony. There's a lot to digest after this entire trial, and of course, we've got it all covered for you. So, Jordan, Jordan, do you want to come out for a minute? I'm going to bring Jordan out here. He can I'm going to talk with him about what the scene has been like. I told you what was happening inside the courtroom. Why don't we get Jordan here to tell you what things were like out here? What was it? How did you know that there was a verdict?
I have I've had my earbud in the whole time, just listening in, just with that anticipation everybody else had, but as each thing was read off, you'd hear people like cheering, and
out here there was cheers.
Yeah, and it was just kind of funny because It's almost like a sporting event or something like that, where just people were so excited, and it was really cool. And as I heard Judge Boyce read off all the charges, I started getting a little emotional too, which kind of surprised me because I've been involved with this case for a little bit, and I've always seen it as like an outside thing. But I was kind of shocked that I got a little choked up. But yeah, it's exciting, and I'm happy that we have a verdict.
I'm going to call over this woman. Jordan, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you real quick? This is Megan. She was inside the courtroom. What was your thought being inside the courtroom as this verdict came down?
It's about time. 5 years. Justice has been served for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. And next we're going to get justice for Charles.
What was the feeling in there?
Heavy. A mix of emotions. Happy, sad, nervous. Just really heavy. Really heavy.
Were you surprised at the verdict?
No. I was a little nervous about the JJ charge, but no, I knew justice would be served, and the jury of his peers has spoken, and he was found guilty, just like his wife.
Did you have a chance to look at Chad when the guilty verdict was read?
I did.
And what was his reaction?
No reaction. He didn't even make a facial expression whatsoever. No sad, no happy. He didn't move his shoulders. I'm shocked that he didn't react.
You have been one of the original people from the beginning following this, haven't you?
I have, yes.
What got you interested in the case?
When I saw missing kids and I was local, it just went straight to my heart, and I knew I needed to be a voice. And I've stuck through it since day one, and we got a lot more to go.
And you don't live in Rexburg?
I don't live in Rexburg. No, I lived in Meridian.
You lived in Meridian, and you traveled in for today?
I did. I traveled from Nevada for this verdict today.
From Nevada, and you have the bracelets on. Hold those up. She's got justice for JJ, Tylee, Tammy. Charles, I'm sure, is on there too.
Yep.
You've seen their photos over and over and over. I mean, they've become part of your life. Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of an emotional day for you.
It's very emotional. I've gotten really close with the family, and they mean a lot to me. So feeling them and seeing their reaction is what we're here for. They've been through a lot, and they deserve this.
Are you going back up in a few minutes?
I sure will.
Witnesses?
Yep.
All right.
I'm here.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you, Nate.
Good to see you. Just one of the many people who were in the courtroom today, and you can see there was just such a wide range of emotions. I can only imagine what's happening in the hallway upstairs, as finally this verdict has been reached after such an extensive process. All right, Jordan, I think I'm going to head up. We're going to stay with us. I'm just going to hand off the mic to Jordan. If there's any breaking news, Jordan, I did want to ask you one thing, though. I'm going to bring Jordan back in here. How did you find out there was a verdict, and when you learned there was a verdict, what was the change in environment out here?
Yeah, so we had all just kind of gradually started getting set up just in case, but again, we really have no idea. And then you messaged me, and then I let the other camera guys know. It's like, there's a verdict. We're like, let's get this going. And so we all got set up, but it was kind of a scram there for a minute because we really had no idea what to expect or when it was going to happen. And so like once it came in and we could watch that feed, things got quiet and we just kind of waited.
And Jordan was out here messaging me. John Pryor just walked in, letting us know when people were walking in. And you had seen him earlier today, but that was for the hearing that they had about the juror question. It ended up not being the verdict. So
yeah, I was kind of had my eye out for like Pryor or anybody, and then I started seeing all the Rexburg police come in, and that's when I was like, oh, something's gonna happen. So
well, thank you for your hard work.
No problem.
Well, thank you, by the way, to everybody that liked the photo of Jordan. Jordan, this is how good of a guy he is. At lunch today, I was in the courtroom. I couldn't leave. He rode his new skateboard to Jimmy John's and brought me a sandwich and chips and a drink. And so I need to buy him Jimmy John's because he's out here in the sun. I mean, I'm in a courtroom where it's air conditioned. He's out here in the sun. Luckily, it's a beautiful day here in Boise. But our team behind the scenes, back at the newsroom. Peggy has been working so hard. Nate Sunderland, he's the guy that makes sure that this is streaming okay. Robert Patton, he's our web guy. He keeps us on so that you can read the updates. We have a whole slew of reporters. Caitlin Hart, she's in the courtroom right now. She's going to be taking over for me in a couple of hours when I take off. And the team at East Idaho News has really done a lot over the past 2 months so that I could be here bringing you the news every day as they cover everything else. So I just had to publicly thank them, and I've just got to tell you, I work with really good people. Okay, I got to get upstairs because I don't want to be locked out of the courtroom. I'm going to hand the mic to Jordan. He's going to stay live here on the podium, and if there's anybody that comes out to talk, we'll carry it live, of course. And then once that hearing begins in about 20 minutes, we'll swap over and you can watch it. No idea how long we'll be here tonight. We could be here till 6, 7, 8. Could be back tomorrow. We'll just see how the remaining afternoon goes. All right. Thanks for watching. I'm Nate Eaton. Stay with us. Here you go, Jordan.
Thanks, Jordan. Yep.
I didn't know they were immediately going to go into the death penalty phase. Did you? I'm actually surprised, especially with Judge Boyce. I feel like he would be like, okay, I'll see you 2 weeks from Thursday. When the system works, it really works. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I have a lot of faith in the system when you see it work. I'm very proud that the system is able to do what it does. When it works, it works. Makes me happy. The jury of your peers thing. It just kind of makes you proud to be an American when you see the system work. But it's scary because we've seen it not work too. We've seen it crash and burn. California takes forever on everything. Everything. Ah! Ah! It's me. I'm sorry. I'm losing it. It's so windy out here right now. I thought I was muted. You heard my sneeze? My thing actually muted itself after I sneezed. You know, when the wind starts blowing out here in the dust, it's awful. My eyes are burning, and then I start sneezing. I'll sneeze like 16 times. One time, I'm one of those people that, like, when I sneeze, I'll sneeze like a whole bunch of times in a row. And then one time I was living in my condo and I was sneezing and like loud like that. And I heard somebody walk by out front, like on the sidewalk, and they're like, "Bless you." Like, oh, oops. Oopsie. I'm not even going to pretend to understand the steps. I have heard so many different things. I will really be bummed if Annie won't be there for Tylee. She had planned on it. Plus, oh, it would be so sad. Somebody needs to be there for Tylee. I mean, Annie, honestly, for being all over YouTube, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to say this. For being all over YouTube, for being able to make her 4, 5, 6 hour live streams, she needs to be there. For calling out the Woodcocks, for saying that they're bad people, for everything that she has been standing up for in this Annie against the world thing. She needs to get her ass on a plane and be there right freaking now for Tylee. And it would be nice if Colby was there too for Tylee. But Annie, you know, she's the outspoken one. She's the one all over social media. She's the one calling out other victims' families. She's the one pulling shit out of everybody's comments and this and that. She needs to freaking be there. It really is disappointing to me that she's not there. Hi, Michelle. I started with you and just wanted to say thank God and thank you for all the work in this trial. Thank you for caring for all the family. Thank you for all your work. Thank you, Michelle. I really do appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. Dang it. Nor do I understand why they would put more time into how to sense Lori. Give time to get this speakers here and it's for a lesser charge. 100% confused. Wait, what? Who's Annie? Annie Cushing. Tylee's aunt. Joe Ryan's sister. Annie Cushing. Annie needs to be there for Tylee. Can't believe she's not, nor Colby. Well, she had Holly, who was our Idaho Mom Reports, in the courtroom for her every day, taking notes for the entire trial. And she's been live streaming and she's been posting things and putting things together and making some good shorts that make a lot of sense. But why isn't she there? At this point, as of the time when those jurors went to deliberate, if I were her, I would have been on a plane. That's all I can say. Choir rehearsal. Okay. We'll be here waiting with bells on for you, Flash fan. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I'm not disappointed in Annie because the way that she calls everybody out. And you're right, Funda Cruz. It is possible. Colby is a young family. They've had their issues. This had to be extremely stressful for them. They just had their third child. I'm sure it's very difficult for him. But I absolutely see no excuse for Annie. I know she was sick and she had her issues, but she's been live streaming. She's been doing her thing. She's been making her notes and her spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff. So I just, you know, as Tylee's truly the only person that's been extremely outspoken for the Tylee side of things, for her not to be there is just disappointing, right? That's what I could say. I don't know. Do they? Would they pay for Colby? I thought they did, but I don't know. I really don't know. I thought they did, but I don't know because again, things are confusing. Idaho is confusing. What time are they coming back? What are we doing? Oh, man. I like that she gave facts, which I like, but she did go through cancer during, and she has helped law enforcement a lot behind the scenes. So I'll give credit where credit is due. Yeah, but I don't see why she can't be there, and I don't see why she attacks the Woodcocks. Those are the two things. Yeah, Holly was there every day in the courtroom, and she was taking notes for Annie. She moved on to bigger and better things than left undone. That is true too, friend of Cruz. That is true too. Where is Lori's mom? Where is Summer Shiflett? Oh, going to Crime Con to be interviewed by Nate instead of being there for your niece. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of people we could say, excuse me. Okay, I gotta go get something. My package was left at the door. I'll be right back. You know, Amazon and all. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. So I was just gonna let the dogs out one more time. I'll be back again in a second, okay? You can probably hear all my noises in the back of my house, but I'll be right back. Okay, let them out one more time before these guys come back so I can focus. All right, see you in a minute. Yeah, so literally it was super crazy stuff that we were reading. I had no idea what you had like times. Two missing parents, two missing kids, and some grandparents at this home. That was it. And turned into this triple murder. Seriously, triple murder. Quadruple murder, really. And then the families done. Families. So much more. Thank you so much. I hear you. I got you. I take the trash out because I know what 8 tomorrow's trash day. Oh, hi, Jim. Pause. Click on pause and it comes off on its own.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, once the jurors are ready to be brought in, they can enter the courtroom, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Here's our President counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The court notes that earlier this afternoon, the jury returned a verdict of guilty on several counts that are subject to this capital sentencing phase, including in the verdict form counts 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5, and count 6 of the amended indictment. The court at this time then is going to commence with the capital sentencing phase. I'll note that in this case, the jurors have returned, including the juror alternates that are here as well, and the 12 jurors who returned the verdict under Idaho Code 192515, subsection 5B. The court is using the same jury to conduct this phase of sentencing also. And that statute reads that if the defendant's guilt was determined by a jury verdict, the same jury shall hear the special sentencing proceeding. So we are in that special sentencing proceeding. As I mentioned, the jurors are here and present. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for continuing your jury service. You've again been seated for your continued service in this case. And that's the matter we're taking up at this time. To give you an idea of just the schedule, the court has some preliminary instructions that are going to be read to you this afternoon. We're going to commence then with further evidence on the sentencing phase starting tomorrow morning after I read these preliminary instructions. And the court's proposal on our typical scheduled plan would be to start at 8:30. Is the state going to be ready to proceed at 8:30 with any impact statements that may be offered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that's how we'll run the scheduling at this point then, and I'll inquire as to the jurors going forward. Also, the scheduling we'll have during this phase of the proceedings. They don't need to be limited to the timeframes we've had throughout the trial, including, depending on how long this takes, weekends. So I am essentially leaving up to the jurors their proposed schedule within reason of when we'll work through this proceeding. So the court is going to read some preliminary instructions then to the jurors. And again, you'll receive additional jurors when you retire to deliberate on this part of the case. But for now, the court will just read these and those will be included with you later. So in this case, the defendant in this case has been convicted now of the crimes of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We will now have a sentencing phase of the trial regarding those offenses. Additional evidence may be presented during the sentencing phase. You should also consider the evidence presented during the trial. Before the death penalty can be considered, the state must prove at least one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. If you unanimously decide that the state has so proven one or more statutory aggravating circumstances, then you must decide whether the imposition of the death penalty would be unjust by weighing all mitigating circumstances against each proven statutory aggravating circumstance. At a separate proceeding, the court will sentence the defendant for other offenses of which you have found the defendant guilty. Instruction number 2. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted during this trial and during the sentencing phase. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the sentencing phase, an objection may be made to questions asked a witness or to a witness's answer or to an exhibit. This simply means I'm being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the sentencing phase, I may have to talk with the parties about the rules of law, which should apply in the case. Sometimes that will occur at the bench. Other times you may be excused from the courtroom so that we can discuss those matters. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the sentencing phase run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with those terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted during the trial and during the sentencing phase. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. If any evidence is admitted for a limited purpose, you are not to consider it for any other purpose. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you hear and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to give such opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witnesses and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. Instruction number 3. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. That in this time then concludes the initial preliminary instructions for the sentencing phase. And the court is going to be in recess then until 8:30 in the morning, when we'll commence with evidence on that phase of the trial. Before we break for the day, does the state have anything further?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll note that the jurors will remain sequestered during these proceedings, and we'll begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you again for your continued service, and that will conclude our matter for today. Thank you.
All right.
drafted a proposed new instruction. A few things I'll note, looking at the case law in the
All right, hold on. You guys in your debate on serial versus serial murder versus serial killer. Hold on one second. I'm going to share something. Share screen. Serial murder by the FBI. Okay. Myth. Let's get out of the myth. Definition of serial murder. In the past 30 years, multiple definitions of serial murder have been used by law enforcement, clinician, academia, and researchers. While these definitions do share several common themes, they differ on specific requirements, such as the number of murders involved, the types of motivation, and the temporal aspects of the murders. To address these discrepancies, attendees at the Serial Murder Symposium examined the variations in order to develop a single definition for serial murder. I have two things up here, so let's see. It's okay. No, it's actually good question. We need to know the answer to this. This is important. Previous definitions of serial murder specified a certain number of murders, varying from 2 to 10 victims. The quantitative requirement distinguished a serial murder from other categories of murder, single, double, or triple. Most of the definitions also required a period of time between the murders. This break in time was necessary to distinguish between a mass murder and a serial murder. Serial murder required a temporal separation between the different murders, which was described as separate occasions, cooling off period, and emotional cooling off period. Generally, mass murder was described as a number of murders, 4 or more, occurring during the same incident, with no distinctive time period between the murders. These events typically involved a single location where the killer murdered a number of victims in an ongoing incident. 1984, San Ysidro, McDonald's incident in San Diego. California, the 1991 Luby's restaurant massacre in Killeen, Texas, and the 2007 Virginia Tech murders in Blacksburg, Virginia. There has been at least one attempt to formalize the definition of serial murder through legislation. In 1998, a federal law was passed by the United States Congress titled Protection of Children from Sexual Predator Act in 1998. This law included the definition of serial killings. You guys can hear me, right? Okay, just making sure. Okay. The term serial killings means a series of 3 or more killings, not less than one of which was committed within the United States, having common characteristics such as to suggest the reasonable possibility that crimes were committed by the same actor or actors. Although federal law provides a definition of serial murder, it is limited in its application. The purpose of this definition was to set forth criteria establishing when the FBI could assist local law enforcement agencies with their investigation of serial murder cases. It was not intended to be a generic definition for serial murder. Okay, so let's see. The different discussion groups at the symposium agreed on a number of similar factors to be included in the definition. 1 or more offenders, 2 or more murdered victims. Incidents should be occurring in separate events at different times. The time period between murders separates serial murder from mass murder. In combining the various ideas put forth at the symposium, the following definition was crafted. Serial murder: the unlawful killing of 2 or more victims by the same offender in separate events. Okay, so we can say, yes, they are serial killers from what that says. Does that make sense? That makes sense to me. Separate events, not the same, not coming in and shooting up a whole church, a whole school, a whole this, a whole that, but to go from one and then a different date and then a different date, 2 or more. So yeah, I mean, I'm not going to read that whole thing, but from what I'm getting, yes, they are defined as serial murderers. All right, I'm tired. Is anybody else tired? I'm sad. I wanted to be at CrimeCon. I need to go cry in my soup. All right, you guys. See you in the morning, I guess. They're back, so we will be back and see what happens. I guess Nate Eaton said he's on his way to CrimeCon. And but the court hearing will be on tomorrow. So anyway, thank you guys. Appreciate you guys all for being here. Appreciate you all. Long day. Was a good day. Chad has been found guilty. That's all we had all hoped for in the end. Right? And everybody that has, Shirley, thank you for the donation. So sweet of you. BC Girls, thank you for becoming a member. Shirley, thank you for gifting 5 Left Undone memberships. Christian, thank you for gifting a membership. And Funda Cruz, thank you so much for this super sticker. You guys don't even know how much this means to me and how important this is to keep my channel going. Every penny helps so much, and I appreciate you all. Thank you, you guys. Anything else anybody want to say before we go? Gonna look real quick, see what you guys said. My live chats. Yes, please come to Discord. Have a great night. You guys are amazing. I love you all. Stay safe and stay well. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.